Prefatory Remarks of the Book of Snobs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julie van Wallichem. The Book of Snobs by William Makepeace Thackeray. Prefatory Remarks. The necessity of a work on snobs, demonstrated from history and proved by fallacious illustrations. I am the individual destined to write that work. My vocation is announced in terms of great eloquence. I show that the world has been gradually preparing itself for the work and the man. Snobs are to be studied like other objects of natural science, and are a part of the beautiful with a large B. They pervade all classes. Affecting instance of Colonel Snobley. We have all read a statement, the authenticity of which I take leave to doubt entirely, for upon what calculations, I should like to know, is that founded? We have all, I say, been favoured by perusing a remark, that when the times and necessities of the world call for a man, that individual is found. Thus, at the French Revolution, which the reader will be pleased to have introduced so early, when it was requisite to administer a corrective dose to the nation, Robespierre was found, a most foul and nauseous dose indeed, and swallowed eagerly by the patient, greatly to the latter's ultimate advantage. Thus, when it became necessary to kick John Bull out of America, Mr. Washington stepped forward and performed that job to satisfaction. Thus, when the Earl of Eldborough was unwell, Professor Holloway appeared with his pills and cured his lordship, as per advertisement, etc., etc. Numberless instances might be adduced to show that when a nation is in great want, the relief is at hand, just as in the pantomime, that microcosm, where when clown wants anything, a warming-pan, a pump-handle, a goose, or a lady's tippet, a fellow comes sauntering out from behind the side-scenes with the very article in question. Again, when men commence an undertaking, they always are prepared to show that the absolute necessities of the world demanded its completion. Say it is a railroad, the directors begin by stating that a more intimate communication between Bettershins and their inane bag is necessary for the advancement of civilization and demanded by the multitudinous acclamations of the great Irish people. Or suppose it is a newspaper. The prospectus states that, at a time when the Church is in danger, threatened from without by savage fanaticisms and miscreant unbelief, and undermined from within by dangerous Jesuitism and suicidal schism, a want has been universally felt, a suffering people has looked abroad for an ecclesiastical champion and guardian. A body of prelates and gentlemen have therefore stepped forward in this our hour of danger and determined on establishing the Beadle newspaper, etc., etc. One or other of these points at least is incontrovertible. The public wants a thing, therefore it is supplied with it, or the public is supplied with a thing, therefore it wants it. I have long gone about with the conviction on my mind that I had a work to do, a work, if you like, with a great W, a purpose to fulfil, a chasm to leap into like Curtius, horse and foot, a great social evil to discover and to remedy. That conviction has pursued me for years. It has dogged me in the busy street, seated itself by me in the lonely study, jogged my elbow as it lifted the wine-cup at the festive board, pursued me through the maze of Rotten Row, followed me in far lands. On Brighton's shingly beach, on Margate Sand, the voice outpiped the roaring of the sea. It nestles in my nightcap, and it whispers, "Wake, slumberer, thy work is not yet done." Last year, by moonlight, in the Colosseum, the little settler's voice came to me and said, "Smith or Jones," the writer's name is neither here nor there, "Smith or Jones, my fine fellow, this is all very well, but you ought to be at home, writing your great work, on Snobs. When a man has this sort of vocation, it is all nonsense attempting to elude it. He must speak out to the nations, he must unbosom himself, as James would say, or choke and die. Mark to yourself, I have often mentally exclaimed to your humble servant, the gradual way in which you have been prepared for, and are now led by an irresistible necessity to enter upon your great labour. First, the world was made. Then, as a matter of course, Snobs. They existed for years and years, and were no more known than America. But presently, ingens padibat talus, the people became darkly aware that there was such a race. Not above 25 years since, a name, an expressive monosyllable, arose to designate that race. That name has spread over England like railroads subsequently. Snobs are known and recognized throughout an empire on which I am given to understand the sun never sets. Punch appears at the ripe season to chronicle their history, and the individual comes forth to write that history in Punch. I have, and for this gift I congratulate myself with a deep and abiding thankfulness, an eye for a snob. If the truthful is the beautiful, it is beautiful to study even the snobbish, to drag snobs through history as certain little dogs in Hampshire hunt out truffles, to sink shafts in society and come upon rich veins of snob ore. Snobbishness is like death in a quotation from Horace, which I hope you never have heard, beating with equal foot at poor men's doors and kicking at the gates of emperors. It is a mistake to judge of snobs lightly, and think they exist among the lower classes merely. An immense percentage of snobs, I believe, is to be found in every rank of this mortal life. You must not judge hastily or vulgarly of snobs. To do so shows that you are yourself a snob. I myself have been taken for one. When I was taking the waters at Bagnick Wells and living at the Imperial Hotel there, there used to sit opposite me at breakfast for a short time a snob so insufferable that I felt I should never get any benefit of the waters so long as he remained. His name was Lieutenant Colonel Snobley, of a certain dragoon regiment. He wore Japan boots and moustaches. He lisped, drawled, and left the r's out of his words. He was always flourishing about and smoothing his lacquered whiskers with a huge flaming bandana that filled the room with an odour of musk so stifling that I determined to do battle with that snob, and that either he or I should quit the inn. I first began harmless conversations with him, frightening him exceedingly, for he did not know what to do when so attacked, and had never the slightest notion that anybody would take such a liberty with him as to speak first. Then I handed him the paper. Then, as he would take no notice of these advances, I used to look him in the face steadily, and use my fork in the light of a toothpick. After 2 mornings of this practice, he could bear it no longer, and fairly quitted the place. Should the Colonel see this, will he remember the gent who asked him if he thought Pablicola was a fine writer, and drove him from the hotel with the 4-pronged fork? End of prefatory remarks.
The Snob Playfully Dealt With. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Bologna Times. The Snob Playfully Dealt With. From The Book of Snobs by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 1. There are relative and positive snobs. I mean positive, such persons as are snobs everywhere, in all companies, from morning till night, from youth to the grave, being by nature endowed with snobbishness, and others who are snobs only in certain circumstances and relations of life. For instance, I once knew a man who committed before me an act as atrocious as that which I have indicated in the last chapter, as performed by me for the purpose of disgusting Colonel Snobley, viz., the using the fork in the guise of a toothpick. I once, I say, knew a man who, dining in my company at the Europa Coffee House, opposite the Grand Opera, and, as everybody knows, the only decent place for dining at Naples, ate peas with the assistance of his knife. He was a person with whose society I was greatly pleased at first. Indeed, we had met in the crater of Mount Vesuvius, and were subsequently robbed and held to ransom by brigands in Calabria, which is nothing to the purpose. A man of great powers, excellent heart, and varied information, but I had never before seen him with a dish of peas, and his conduct in regard to them caused me the deepest pain. After having seen him thus publicly comport himself, but one course was open to me, to cut his acquaintance. I commissioned a mutual friend, the Honourable Polyanthus, to break the matter to this gentleman as delicately as possible, and to say that painful circumstances, in no wise affecting Mr. Marrowfat's honour, or my esteem for him, had occurred, which obliged me to forego my intimacy with him. And accordingly we met and gave each other the cut direct that night, at the Duchess of Montefiasco's ball. Everybody at Naples remarked the separation of the Damon and Pythias. Indeed, Marrowfat had saved my life more than once, but as an English gentleman, what was I to do? My dear friend was, in this instance, the Snob relative. It is not snobbish of persons of rank of any other nation to employ their knife in the manner alluded to. I have seen Montefiasco clean his trencher with his knife, and every Principe in company doing likewise. I have seen at the hospitable board of H.I.H. the Grand Duchess Stephanie of Baden, who, if these humble lines should come under her imperial eyes, is besought to remember graciously the most devoted of her servants. I have seen, I say, the hereditary princess of Potztausend Donnerwetter, that serenely beautiful woman, use her knife in lieu of a fork or spoon. I have seen her almost swallow it, by Jove, like Ramo Sami, the Indian juggler. And did I blench? Did my estimation for the princess diminish? No, lovely Amalia. One of the truest passions that was ever inspired by woman was raised in this bosom by that lady. Beautiful one! Long, long may the knife carry food to those lips, the reddest and loveliest in the world. The cause of my quarrel with Marrowfat I never breathed to mortal soul for 4 years. We met in the halls of the aristocracy, our friends and relatives. We jostled each other in the dance or at the board, but the estrangement continued and seemed irrevocable until the 4th of June last year. We met at Sir George Golloper's. We were placed, he on the right, your humble servant on the left, of the admirable Lady G. Peas formed part of the banquet, ducks and green peas. I trembled as I saw Marrowfat helped, and turned away, sickening, lest I should behold the weapon darting down his horrid jaws. What was my astonishment, what my delight, when I saw him use his fork like any other Christian! He did not administer the cold steel once. Old times rushed back upon me, the remembrance of old services, his rescuing me from the brigands, his gallant conduct in the affair with the Countess de Spinachi, his lending me the 1,700 lire. I almost burst into tears with joy. My voice trembled with emotion. "George, my boy," I exclaimed, "George Marrowfat, my dear fellow, a glass of wine." Blushing, deeply moved, almost as tremulous as I was myself, George answered, "Frank, shall it be hock or Madeira?" I could have hugged him to my heart but for the presence of the company. Little did Lady Golloper know what was the cause of the emotion which sent the duckling I was carving into her ladyship's pink satin lap. The most good-natured of women pardoned the error, and the butler removed the bird. We have been the closest friends ever since, nor, of course, has George repeated his odious habit. He acquired it at a country school, where they cultivated peas and only used two-pronged forks, and it was only by living on the Continent, where the usage of the four-prong is general, that he lost the horrible custom. In this point, and in this only, I confess myself a member of the silver fork school. And if this tale but induce one of my readers to pause, to examine in his own mind solemnly, and ask, do I or do I not eat peas with a knife? To see the ruin which may fall upon himself by continuing the practice, or his family by beholding the example, these lines will not have been written in vain. And now, whatever other authors may be, I flatter myself, it will be allowed that I, at least, am a moral man. By the way, as some readers are dull of comprehension, I may as well say what the moral of this history is. The moral is this: society having ordained certain customs, men are bound to obey the law of society and conform to its harmless orders. If I should go to the British and Foreign Institute, and heaven forbid I should go under any pretext or in any costume whatever, if I should go to one of the tea parties in a dressing gown and slippers, and not in the usual attire of a gentleman, viz., pumps, a gold waistcoat, a crush hat, a sham frill, and a white choker, I should be insulting society, and eating peas with my knife. Let the porters of the Institute hustle out the individual who shall so offend. Such an offender is, as regards society, a most emphatical and refractory snob. It has its code and police as well as governments, and he must conform who would profit by the decrees set forth for their common comfort. I am naturally averse to egotism, and hate self-laudation consumedly, but I can't help relating here a circumstance illustrative of the point in question, in which I must think I acted with considerable prudence. Being at Constantinople a few years since, on a delicate mission, the Russians were playing a double game between ourselves, and it became necessary on our part to employ an extra negotiator. Leckerbus Pasha of Roumelia, then chief galeongee of the Porte, gave a diplomatic banquet at his summer palace at Bujukdere. I was on the left of the galeongee, and the Russian agent, Count Didiloff, on his dexter side. Didiloff is a dandy, who would die of a rose in an aromatic pain. He had tried to have me assassinated 3 times in the course of the negotiation, but of course we were friends in public, and saluted each other in the most cordial and charming manner. The galeongee is, or was, alas, for a bowstring has done for him, a staunch supporter of the old school of Turkish politics. We dined with our fingers and had flaps of bread for plates. The only innovation he admitted was the use of European liquors, in which he indulged with great gusto. He was an enormous eater. Amongst the dishes a very large one was placed before him, of a lamb dressed in its wool, stuffed with prunes, garlic, asafoetida, capsicums, and other condiments, the most abominable mixture that ever mortals smelt or tasted. The galeongee ate of this hugely, and pursuing the Eastern fashion, insisted on helping his friends right and left, and when he came to a particularly spicy morsel would push it with his own hands into his guests' very mouths. I never shall forget the look of old Didiloff when His Excellency, rolling up a large quantity of this into a ball, and exclaiming, "Buck, buck, it is very good," administered the horrible bolus to Didiloff. The Russian's eyes rolled dreadfully as he received it. He swallowed it with a grimace that I thought must precede a convulsion, and seizing a bottle next him, which he thought was Sauterne, but which turned out to be French brandy, he drank off nearly a pint before he knew his error. It finished him. He was carried away from the dining room almost dead, and laid out to cool in a summer house on the Bosphorus. When it came to my turn, I took down the condiment with a smile, said Bismillah, licked my lips with easy gratification, and when the next dish was served, made up a ball myself so dexterously, and popped it down the old Galeonge's mouth with so much grace, that his heart was won. Russia was put out of court at once, and the Treaty of Capobanople was signed. As for Didelov, all was over with him. He was recalled to St. Petersburg, and Sir Roderick Murchison saw him, under the number 3967, working in the Ural mines. The moral of this tale, I need not say, is that there are many disagreeable things in society which you are bound to take down, and to do so with a smiling face. End of Chapter 1. The Snob Playfully Dealt With.
Chapter 2 of the Book of Snobs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gates Maru. The Book of Snobs by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 2. The Snob Royal. Long since, at the commencement of the reign of her present gracious Majesty, it chanced, on a fair summer evening, as Mr. James would say, that 3 or 4 young cavaliers were drinking a cup of wine after dinner at the hostelry called the King's Arms, kept by Mistress Anderson in the royal village of Kensington. 'Twas a balmy evening, and the wayfarers looked out on a cheerful scene. The tall elms of the ancient gardens were in full leaf, and countless chariots of the nobility of England whirled by to the neighbouring palace, where princely Sussex, whose income latterly only allowed him to give tea-parties, entertained his royal niece at a state banquet. When the caroches of the nobles had set down their owners at the banquet-hall, their varlets and servitors came to quaff a flagon of nut-brown ale in the King's Arms gardens hard by. We watched these fellows from our lattice. By St. Boniface, 'twas a rare sight. The tulips in Mynheer von Duke's gardens were not more gorgeous than the liveries of these pie-coated retainers. All the flowers of the field bloomed in their ruffled bosoms, all the hues of the rainbow gleamed in their plush breeches, and the long-caned ones walked up and down the gardens with that charming solemnity, that delightful quivering swagger of the calves, which has always had a frantic fascination for us. The walk was not wide enough for them, as the shoulder-knots strutted up and down it, in canary and crimson and light blue. Suddenly, in the midst of their pride, a little bell was rung, a side door opened, and, after setting down their royal mistress, Her Majesty's own crimson footman, with epaulets and black plushes, came in. It was pitiable to see the other poor Johns slink off at this arrival. Not one of the honest private plushes could stand up before the royal flunkeys. They left the walk. They sneaked into dark holes and drank their beer in silence. The royal plush kept possession of the garden until the royal plush dinner was announced, when it retired, and we heard from the pavilion where they dined conservative cheers and speeches and Kentish fires. The other flunkeys we never saw more. My dear flunkeys, so absurdly conceited at one moment and so abject the next, are but the types of their masters in this world. He who meanly admires mean things is a snob. Perhaps that is a safe definition of the character. And this is why I have, with the utmost respect, ventured to place the Snob Royal at the head of my list, causing all others to give way before him, as the flunkeys before the royal representative in Kensington Gardens, To say of such and such a gracious sovereign that he is a snob is but to say that his majesty is a man. Kings, too, are men and snobs. In a country where snobs are in the majority, a prime one surely cannot be unfit to govern. With us they have succeeded to admiration. For instance, James I was a snob, and a Scotch snob, than which the world contains no more offensive creature. He appears to have had not one of the good qualities of a man, neither courage, nor generosity, nor honesty, nor brains, but read what the great divines and doctors of England said about him. Charles II, his grandson, was a rogue, but not a snob, whilst Louis XIV, his old square-toes of contemporary, the great worshipper of big-wiggery, has always struck me as a most undoubted and royal snob. I will not, however, take instances from our own country of royal snobs, but refer to a neighbouring kingdom, that of Brentford, and its monarch, the late great and lamented Gorgius IV. With the same humility with which the footman at the King's Arms gave way before the plush royal, the aristocracy of the Brentford nation bent down and truckled before Gorgius, and proclaimed him the first gentleman in Europe. And it's a wonder to think what is the gentlefolk's opinion of a gentleman when they gave Gorgius such a title. What is it to be a gentleman? Is it to be honest, to be gentle, to be generous, to be brave, to be wise, and, possessing all these qualities, to exercise them in the most graceful outward manner? Ought a gentleman to be a loyal son, a true husband, and honest father? Ought his life to be decent, his bills to be paid, his tastes to be high and elegant, his aims in life lofty and noble? In a word, ought not the biography of a first gentleman in Europe to be of such a nature that it might be read in young ladies' schools with advantage, and studied with profit in the seminaries of young gentlemen? I put this question to all instructors of youth, to Mrs. Ellis and the women of England, to all schoolmasters, from Dr. Hawtrey down to Mr. Squeers. I conjure up before me an awful tribunal of youth and innocence, attended by its venerable instructors, like the 10,000 red-cheeked charity children in St. Paul's, sitting in judgment, and Gorgius pleading his cause in the midst. Out of court, fat old Florizel! Beadles, turn out that bloated, pimple-faced man! If Gorgius must have a statue in the new palace which the Brentford nation is building, it ought to be set up in the Flunkeys' Hall. He should be represented cutting out a coat, in which art he is said to have excelled. He also invented maraschino punch, a shoe-buckle, this was in the vigour of his youth and the prime force of his invention, and a Chinese pavilion, the most hideous building in the world. He could drive a four-in-hand very nearly as well as the Brighton coachman, could fence elegantly, and, it is said, played the fiddle well. And he smiled with such irresistible fascination that persons who were introduced into his august presence became his victims, body and soul, as a rabbit becomes the prey of a great big boa constrictor. I would wager that if Mr. Widdicombe were, by a revolution, placed on the throne of Brentford, people would be equally fascinated by his irresistibly majestic smile, and tremble as they knelt down to kiss his hand. If he went to Dublin, they would erect an obelisk on the spot where he first landed, as the Paddylanders did when Gorgius visited them. We have all of us read with delight that story of the king's voyage to Haggisland, where his presence inspired such a fury of loyalty, and where the most famous man of the country, the Baron of Bradwardine, coming on board the royal yacht, and finding a glass out of which Gorgius had drunk, put it into his coat pocket as an inestimable relic, and went ashore in his boat again. But the Baron sat down upon the glass and broke it, and cut his coat-tails very much, and the inestimable relic was lost to the world for ever. O noble Bradwardine, what old-world superstition could set you on your knees before such an idol as that? If you want to moralize upon the mutability of human affairs, go and see the figure of Gorgius in his real identical robes at the waxwork. Admittance 1 shilling. Children and flunkies 6d. Go, and pay 6d. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of the Book of Snobs by William Makepeace Thackeray. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gates Maru. The Book of Snobs by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 3 The Influence of the Aristocracy on Snobs. Last Sunday week, being at church in this city, and the service just ended, I heard 2 snobs conversing about the parson. One was asking the other who the clergyman was. "He is Mr. So-and-so," the second snob answered, "domestic chaplain to the Earl of what-d'ye-call-him." "Oh, is he?" said the first snob, with a tone of indescribable satisfaction. The parson's orthodoxy and identity were at once settled in this snob's mind. He knew no more about the Earl than about the chaplain, but he took the latter's character upon the authority of the former, and went home quite contented with his reverence, like a little truckling snob. This incident gave me more matter for reflection even than the sermon, and wonderment at the extent and prevalence of lordolatry in this country. What could it matter to Snob whether his reverence were chaplain to his lordship or not? What peerage worship there is all through this free country, how we are all implicated in it, and more or less down on our knees. And with regard to the great subject on hand, I think that the influence of the peerage upon snobbishness has been more remarkable than that of any other institution. The increase, encouragement, and maintenance of snobs are among the priceless services, as Lord John Russell says, which we owe to the nobility. It can't be otherwise. A man becomes enormously rich, or he jobs successfully in the aid of a minister, or he wins a great battle, or executes a treaty, or is a clever lawyer who makes a multitude of fees and ascends the bench, and the country rewards him for ever with a gold coronet, with more or less balls or leaves, and a title and a rank as legislator. "Your merits are so great," says the nation, "that your children shall be allowed to reign over us in a manner. It does not in the least matter that your eldest son be a fool. We think your services so remarkable that he shall have the reversion of your honours when death vacates your noble shoes. If you are poor, we will give you such a sum of money as shall enable you and the eldest born of your race for ever to live in fat and splendour. It is our wish that there should be a race set apart in this happy country, who shall hold the first rank, have the first prizes and chances in all government jobs and patronages. We cannot make all your dear children peers. That would make peerage common and crowd the House of Lords uncomfortably, but the young ones shall have everything a government can give. They shall get the pick of all the places. They shall be captains and lieutenant colonels at 19, when hoary-headed old lieutenants are spending 30 years at drill. They shall command ships at 21, and veterans who fought before they were born. And as we are eminently a free people, and in order to encourage all men to do their duty, we say to any man of any rank, get enormously rich, make immense fees as a lawyer or great speeches, or distinguish yourself and win battles, and you, even you, shall come into the privileged class, and your children shall reign naturally over ours. How can we help snobbishness with such a prodigious national institution erected for its worship? How can we help cringing to lords? Flesh and blood can't do otherwise. What man can withstand this prodigious temptation? Inspired by what is called a noble emulation, some people grasp at honours and win them. Others, too weak or mean, blindly admire and grovel before those who have gained them. Others, not being able to acquire them, furiously hate, abuse, and envy. There are only a few bland and not in the least conceited philosophers who can behold the state of society, viz. Toadyism organized, base man and mammon worship instituted by command of law, snobbishness, in a word, perpetuated, and mark the phenomenon calmly. And of these calm moralists, is there one, I wonder, whose heart would not throb with pleasure if he could be seen walking arm in arm with a couple of dukes down Pall Mall? No, it is impossible in our condition of society not to be, sometimes, a snob. On one hand, it encourages the commoner to be snobbishly mean, and the noble to be snobbishly arrogant. When a noble marchioness writes in her travels about the hard necessity under which steamboat travellers labour of being brought into contact with all sorts and conditions of people, implying that a fellowship with God's creatures is disagreeable to her ladyship, who is their superior, when I say the Marchioness of whatever writes in this fashion, we must consider that out of her natural heart it would have been impossible for any woman to have had such a sentiment, but that the habit of truckling and cringing, which all who surround her have adopted towards this beautiful and magnificent lady, this proprietor of so many black and other diamonds, has really induced her to believe that she is the superior of the world in general, and that people are not to associate with her except awfully at a distance. I recollect being once at the city of Grand Cairo, through which a European royal prince was passing India-wards. One night at the inn there was a great disturbance. A man had drowned himself in the well hard by. All the inhabitants of the hotel came bustling into the court, and amongst others your humble servant, who asked of a certain young man the reason of the disturbance. How was I to know that this young gent was a prince? He had not his crown and sceptre on, he was dressed in a white jacket and felt hat, but he looked surprised at anybody speaking to him, answered in an unintelligible monosyllable, and beckoned his aide-de-camp to come and speak to me. It is our fault, not that of the great, that they should fancy themselves so far above us. If you will fling yourself under the wheels, Juggernaut will go over you, depend upon it. And if you and I, my dear friend, had kowtow performed before us every day, found people whenever we appeared grovelling in slavish adoration, we should drop into the airs of superiority quite naturally, and accept the greatness with which the world insisted upon endowing us. Here is an instance out of Lord L.'s Travels of that calm, good-natured, undoubting way in which a great man accepts the homage of his inferiors. After making some profound and ingenious remarks about the town of Brussels, his lordship says, "Staying some day at the Hotel de Bellevue, a greatly overrated establishment and not nearly as comfortable as the Hotel de France, I made acquaintance with Dr. L., the physician of the mission. He was desirous of doing the honours of the place to me, and he ordered for us a dîner en gourmand at the chief restaurateur's, maintaining it surpassed the Rocher at Paris. 6 or 8 partook of the entertainment, and we all agreed it was infinitely inferior to the Paris display, and much more extravagant. So much for the copy, and so much for the gentleman who gave the dinner. Dr. L., desirous to do his lordship the honour of the place, feasts him with the best victuals money can procure, and my lord finds the entertainment extravagant and inferior. Extravagant? It was not extravagant to him. Inferior? Mr. L. did his best to satisfy those noble jaws, and my lord receives the entertainment and dismisses the giver with a rebuke. It is like a 3-tailed pasha grumbling about an unsatisfactory bakshish. But how should it be otherwise in a country where lordolatry is part of our creed, and where our children are brought up to respect the peerage as the Englishman's second Bible? End of chapter 3.
Chapter 4. The Book of Snobs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jamie Arango. The Book of Snobs by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 4. The Court Circular and its Influence on Snobs. Example is the best of precepts, so let us begin with a true and authentic story, showing how young aristocratic snobs are reared and how early their snobbishness may be made to bloom. A beautiful and fashionable lady, pardon, gracious madam, that your story should be made public, but it is so moral that it ought to be known to the universal world, told me that in her early youth she had a little acquaintance, who is now indeed a beautiful and fashionable lady too. In mentioning Miss Snobky, daughter of Sir Snobky, whose presentation at court caused such a sensation, need I say more? When Miss Snobky was so very young as to be in the nursery regions, and to walk off early mornings in St. James's Park, protected by a French governess and followed by a huge hirsute flunkey in the canary-coloured livery of the Snobkys, she used occasionally in these promenades to meet with young Lord Claude Lollipop, the Marquis de Syllabub's younger son. In the very height of the season, from some unexpected cause, the Snobkys suddenly determined upon leaving town. Miss Snobky spoke to her female friend and confidante. "What will poor Claude Lollipop say when he hears of my absence?" asked a tender-hearted child. "Oh, perhaps he won't hear of it," answers the confidante. "My dear, he will read it in the papers," replied the dear little fashionable rogue of 7 years old. She knew already her importance, and how all the world of England, how all the world be genteel people, how all the silver fork worshippers, how all the tattle mongers, how all the grocers' ladies, the tailors' ladies, the attorneys' and merchants' ladies, and the people living at Clapham and Brunswick Square, who have no more chance of consorting with a Snobky than my beloved reader has of dining with the Emperor of China, yet watched the movements of the Snobkys with interest and were glad to know when they came to London and left it. Here is the account of Miss Snobky's dress, and that of her mother, Lady Snobky, from the papers. Miss Snobky. Habit de couleur, composed of a yellow nankeen illusion dress over a slip of rich pea-green corduroy, trimmed en tablier with bouquets of Brussels sprouts, the body and sleeves handsomely trimmed with calico and festooned with a pink train and white radishes, headdress, carrots and lappets. Lady Snobky. Costume de cour, composed of a train of the most superb Pekin bandanas, elegantly trimmed with spangles, tinfoil, and red tape, bodice and underdress of sky blue velveteen, trimmed with bouffants and nudes of belle poles, stomacher of muffins, headdress of bird's nest, with a bird of paradise over a rich brass knocker and ferroniere. This splendid costume by Madame Crinoline of Regent Street was the object of universal admiration. This is what you read. Oh, Mrs. Ellis, oh, mothers, daughters, aunts, grandmothers of England, this is the sort of writing which is put in the newspapers for you. How can you help being the mothers, daughters, and of Snobs, so long as this balderdash is set before you? You stuff the little rosy foot of a Chinese young lady of fashion into a slipper that is about the size of a salt cruet, and keep the poor little toes there imprisoned and twisted up so long that the dwarfishness becomes irremediable. Later the foot would not expand to the natural size were you to give her a washing tub for a shoe, and for all her life she has little feet, and is a cripple. Oh, my dear Miss Wiggins, thank your stars that those beautiful feet of yours, though I declare when you walk they are so small as to be almost invisible, thank your stars that society never so practised upon them. But look around and see how many friends of ours in the highest circles have had their brains so prematurely and hopelessly pinched and distorted. How can you expect that those poor creatures are to move naturally when the world and their parents have mutilated them so cruelly? As long as the court circular exists, how the deuce are people whose names are chronicled in it ever to believe themselves the equals of the cringing race which daily reads the abominable trash? I believe that ours is the only country in the world now where the court circular remains in full flourish, where you read, this day His Royal Highness Prince Pattypan was taken an airing in his go-cart. The Princess Piminy was taken a drive, attended by her ladies of honor, and accompanied by her doll. We laugh at the solemnity with which Saint Simon announces that Sa Majesté se recommend aujourd'hui. Under our very noses the same folly is daily going. That wonderful and mysterious man, the author of the court circular, drops in with his budget at the newspaper offices every night. I once asked the editor of a paper to allow me to lie in wait and see him. I am told that in a kingdom where there is a German king consort, Portugal it must be, for the queen of that country married a German prince who is greatly admired and respected by the natives, whenever the consort takes the diversion of shooting among the rabbit wardens of Sintra or the pheasant preserve of Mafra, he has a keeper to load his guns, as a matter of course, and then they are handed to the nobleman, his equerry, and the nobleman hands them to the prince, who blazes away, gives back the discharged gun to the nobleman, who gives it to the keeper, and so on. But the prince won't take the gun from the hands of the loader. As long as this unnatural and monstrous etiquette continues, snobs there must be. The three persons engaged in this transaction are, for the time being, snobs. The keeper, the least snob of all, because he is discharging his daily duty, but he appears here as a snob, that is to say, in a position of debasement before another human being, the prince, with whom he is allowed to communicate through another party. A free Portuguese gamekeeper, who professes himself to be unworthy to communicate directly with any person, confesses himself to be a snob. 2. The nobleman in waiting is a snob. If it degrades the prince to receive the gun from the gamekeeper, it is degrading to the nobleman in waiting to execute that service. He acts as a snob towards the keeper, whom he keeps from communicating with the prince. A snob to the prince, to whom he pays a degrading homage. 3. The king consort of Portugal is a snob for insulting fellow men in this way. There's no harm in his accepting the service of the keeper directly, but indirectly he insults the service performed, and the servants who perform it, and therefore I say respectfully is a most undoubted royal snob. And then you read in the Diario de Gobierno, yesterday His Majesty the King took the diversion of shooting the woods off Sintra, attended by Colonel the Honorable Whiskerando Sombrero. His Majesty returned to the Necesidades to lunch, etc. Oh, that court circular, once more, I exclaim. Down with the court circular, that engine and propagator of snobbishness. I promise to subscribe for a year to any daily paper that shall come out without a court circular, were it in the Morning Herald itself. When I read that trash, I rise in my wrath. I feel myself disloyal, a regicide, a member of the Calf's Head Club. The only court circular story which ever pleased me was that of the King of Spain, who in great part was roasted, because there was not time for the Prime Minister to command the Lord Chamberlain to desire the grand gold stick, to order the first page, and waiting to bid the chief of the flunkies to request the housemaid of honour to bring up a pail of water to put his Majesty out. I am like the Pasha of Three Tails, to whom the Sultan sends his court circular, the bowstring. It chokes me. May its usage be abolished forever. End of chapter 4. Recording by Jamie Arango.
Chapter 5 of the Book of Snobs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by M.B. The Book of Snobs by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 5. What Snobs Admire. Now let us consider how difficult it is even for great men to escape from being snobs. It is very well for the reader, whose fine feelings are disgusted by the assertion that kings, princes, lords are snobs, to say, you are confessedly a snob yourself. In professing to depict snobs, it is only your own ugly mug which you are copying, with a Narcissus-like conceit and fatuity. But I shall pardon this explosion of ill temper on the part of my constant reader, reflecting upon the misfortune of his birth and country. It is impossible for any Briton, perhaps, not to be a snob in some degree. If people can be convinced of this fact, an immense point is gained surely. If I have pointed out the disease, let us hope that other scientific characters may discover the remedy. If you, who are a person of the middle ranks of life, are a snob, you whom nobody flatters particularly, you who have no toadies, you whom no cringing flunkies or shopmen bow out of doors, you whom the policeman tells to move on, you who are jostled in the crowd of this world, and amongst the snobs our brethren, consider how much harder it is for a man to escape who has not your advantages, and is all his life long subject to adulation, the butt of meanness. Consider how difficult it is for the snob's idol not to be a snob. As I was discoursing with my friend Eugenio in this impressive way, Lord Buckram passed us, the son of the Marquis of Bagwig, and knocked at the door of the family mansion in Red Lion Square. His noble father and mother occupied, as everybody knows, distinguished posts in the courts of late sovereigns. The Marquis was Lord of the Pantry, and her ladyship Lady of the Powder Closet to Queen Charlotte. Buck, as I call him, for we are very familiar, gave me a nod as he passed, and I proceeded to show Eugenio how it was impossible that this nobleman should not be one of ourselves, having been practised upon by snobs all his life. His parents resolved to give him a public education, and sent him to school at the earliest possible period. The Reverend Otto Rose, D.D., principal of the Preparatory Academy for Young Noblemen and Gentlemen, Richmond Lodge, took this little lord in hand, and fell down and worshipped him. He always introduced him to the fathers and mothers who came to visit their children at the school, he referred with pride and pleasure to the most noble the Marquis of Bagwig, as one of the kind friends and patrons of his seminary. He made Lord Buckram abate for such a multiplicity of pupils, that a new wing was built to Richmond Lodge, and 35 new little white dimity beds were added to the establishment. Madame Rose used to take out the little lord in the one-horse chaise with her when she paid visits, until the rector's lady and the surgeon's wife almost died with envy. His own son and Lord Buckram having been discovered robbing an orchard together, the doctor flogged his own flesh and blood most unmercifully for leading the young lord astray. He parted from him with tears. There was always a letter directed to the most noble the Marquis of Bagwig on the doctor's study table, when any visitors were received by him. At Eton a great deal of snobbishness was thrashed out of Lord Buckram, and he was birched with perfect impartiality. Even there, however, a select band of sucking tuft-hunters followed him. Young Croesus lent him 23 brand-new sovereigns out of his father's bank. Young Snaily did his exercises for him, and tried to know him at home, but young Bull licked him in a fight of 55 minutes, and he was caned several times with great advantage for not sufficiently polishing his master Smith's shoes. Boys are not all toadies in the morning of life. But when he went to the university, crowds of toadies sprawled over him. The tutors toadied him, the fellows in hall paid him great clumsy compliments. The dean never remarked his absence from chapel, or heard any noise issuing from his rooms. A number of respectable young fellows—it is among the respectable, the Baker Street class, that snobbishness flourishes, more than among any set of people in England—a number of these clung to him like leeches. There was no end now to Croesus's loans of money, and Buckram couldn't ride out with the hounds, but Snaily, a timid creature by nature, was in the field, and would take any leap at which his friend chose to ride. Young Rose came up to the same college, having been kept back for that express purpose by his father. He spent a quarter's allowance in giving Buckram a single dinner, but he knew there was always pardon for him for extravagance in such a cause, and a £10 note always came to him from home when he mentioned Buckram's name in a letter. What wild visions entered the brains of Mrs. Podge and Miss Podge, the wife and daughter of the principal of Lord Buckram's college, I don't know, but that reverend old gentleman was too profound a flunkey by nature ever for 1 minute to think that a child of his could marry a nobleman. He therefore hastened on his daughter's union with Professor Crabbe. When Lord Buckram, after taking his honorary degree, for Alma Mater is a snob too, and truckles to a lord like the rest—when Lord Buckram went abroad to finish his education, you all know what dangers he ran, and what numbers of caps were set at him. Lady Leech and her daughters followed him from Paris to Rome, and from Rome to Baden-Baden. Miss Leggett burst into tears before his face when he announced his determination to quit Naples, and fainted on the neck of her mamma. Captain Macdragon of Macdragonstown, County Tipperary, called upon him to "explain his intentions with respect to his sisther, Miss Amelia Macdragon of Macdragonstown, and proposed to shoot him unless he married that spotless and beautiful young creature, who was afterwards led to the altar by Mr. Muff at Cheltenham." If perseverance and £40,000 down could have tempted him, Miss Lydia Croesus would certainly have been Lady Buckram. Count Turovsky was glad to take her with half the money, as all the genteel world knows. And now, perhaps, the reader is anxious to know what sort of man this is who wounded so many ladies' hearts, and who had been such a prodigious favourite with men. If we were to describe him, it would be personal. Besides, it really does not matter in the least what sort of man he is, or what his personal qualities are. Suppose he is a young nobleman of literary turn, and that he published poems ever so foolish and feeble, The Snobs would purchase thousands of his volumes. The publishers, who refused my Passion Flowers and my grand epic at any price, would give him his own. Suppose he is a nobleman of jovial turn, and has a fancy for wrenching off knockers, frequenting gin-shops, and half-murdering policemen. The public will sympathise good-naturedly with his amusements, and say he is a hearty, honest fellow. Suppose he is fond of play and the turf, and has a fancy to be a back-leg, and occasionally condescends to pluck a pigeon at cards. The public will pardon him, and many honest people will court him, as they would court a housebreaker if he happened to be a lord. Suppose he is an idiot. Yet, by the glorious Constitution, he is good enough to govern us. Suppose he is an honest, high-minded gentleman. So much the better for himself. But he may be an ass, and yet respected, or a ruffian, and yet be exceedingly popular, or a rogue, and yet excuses will be found for him. Snobs will still worship him. Male snobs will do him honour, and females look kindly upon him, however hideous he may be. End of chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of the Book of Snobs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Deborah Lynn. The Book of Snobs by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 6. On some respectable snobs. Having received a great deal of obloquy for dragging monarchs, princes, and the respected nobility into the snob category, I trust to please everybody in the present chapter by stating my firm opinion that it is among the respectable classes of this vast and happy empire that the greatest profusion of snobs is to be found. I pace down my beloved Baker Street. I am engaged on a life of Baker, founder of this celebrated street. I walk in Harley Street, where every other house has a hatchment, Wimpole Street, that is as cheerful as the catacombs, a dingy mausoleum of the genteel. I rove round Regent's Park, where the plaster is patching off the house walls, where Methodist preachers are holding forth the three little children in the green enclosures, and puffy valetudinarians are cantering in the solitary mud. I thread the doubtful zigzags of Mayfair, where Mrs. Kitty Lorimer's brougham may be seen drawn up next door to old Lady Lollipop's belozenged family coach. I roam through Belgravia, that pale and polite district where all the inhabitants look prim and correct, and the mansions are painted a faint whitey brown. I lose myself in the new squares and terraces of the brilliant brand-new Bayswater and Tyburn Junction line. And in one and all of these districts the same truth comes across me. I stop before any house at hazard and say, "O house, you are inhabited. O knocker, you are knocked at. O undressed flunkey, sunning your lazy calves as you lean against the iron railings, you are paid by snobs." It is a tremendous thought that, and it is almost sufficient to drive a benevolent mind to madness to think that perhaps there is not 1 in 10 of those houses where the peerage does not lie on the drawing-room table. Considering the harm that foolish lying book does, I would have all the copies of it burned, as the barber burned all Quixote's books of humbugging chivalry. Look at this grand house in the middle of the square. The Earl of Loughcorrib lives there. He has 50,000 a year. A déjeuner dansant given at his house last week cost, who knows how much? The mere flowers for the room and bouquets for the ladies cost £400. That man in drab trousers, coming crying down the stops, is a dun. Lord Loughcorrib has ruined him, and won't see him. That is his lordship peeping through the blind of his study at him now. Go thy ways, Loughcorrib. Thou art a snob, a heartless pretender, a hypocrite of hospitality, a rogue who passes forged notes upon society. But I am growing too eloquent. You see that nice house, number 23, where a butcher's boy is ringing the area bell? He has 3 mutton chops in his tray. They are for the dinner of a very different and very respectable family. For Lady Susan Scraper and her daughters, Miss Scraper and Miss Emily Scraper. The domestics, luckily for them, are on board wages. 2 huge footmen in light blue and canary, a fat, steady coachman who is a Methodist, and a butler who would never have stayed in the family but that he was orderly to General Scraper when the General distinguished himself at Walcheren. His widow sent his portrait to the United Service Club, and it is hung up in one of the back dressing closets there. He is represented at a parlour window with red curtains. In the distance is a whirlwind, in which cannon are firing off, and he is pointing to a chart on which are written the words Walcheren, Tobago. Lady Susan is, as everybody knows by referring to the British Bible, a daughter of the great and good Earl Bagwig before mentioned. She thinks everything belonging to her the greatest and best in the world. The first of men, naturally, are the Buckrams, her own race. Then follow in rank the Scrapers. The General was the greatest general. His eldest son, Scraper Buckram Scraper, is at present the greatest and best. His second son, the next greatest and best, and herself the paragon of women. Indeed, she is a most respectable and honourable lady. She goes to church, of course. She would fancy the church in danger if she did not. She subscribes to church and parish charities, and is a directress of meritorious charitable institutions, of Queen Charlotte's Lying-in Hospital, the Washerwoman's Asylum, the British Drummers' Daughters' Home, and so on. She is a model of a matron. The tradesman never lived who could say that he was not paid on the quarter day. The beggars of her neighbourhood avoid her like a pestilence, for while she walks out, protected by John, that domestic has always 2 or 3 mendicity tickets ready for deserving objects. 10 guineas a year will pay all her charities. There is no respectable lady in all London who gets her name more often printed for such a sum of money. Those 3 mutton chops which you see entering at the kitchen door will be served on the family plate at 7 o'clock this evening, the huge footman being present, and the butler in black, and the crest and coat of arms of the Scrapers blazing everywhere. I pity Miss Emily Scraper. She is still young and hungry. Is it a fact that she spends her pocket money in buns? Malicious tongues say so, but she has very little to spare for buns, the poor little hungry soul. For the fact is that when the footmen and the ladies' maids and the fat coach horses which are jobbed, and the 6 dinner parties in the season, and the 2 great solemn evening parties, and the rent of the big house, and the journey to an English or foreign watering place for the autumn are paid, my lady's income has dwindled away to a very small sum, and she is as poor as you or I. You would not think it when you saw her big carriage rattling up to the drawing-room, and caught a glimpse of her plumes, lappets, and diamonds waving over her ladyship's sandy hair and majestical hooked nose. You would not think it when you hear Lady Susan Scraper's carriage bawled out at midnight so as to disturb all Belgravia. You would not think it when she comes rustling into church, the obsequious John behind with the bag of prayer books. Is it possible, you would say, that so grand and awful a personage as that can be hard up for money? Alas, so it is. She never heard such a word as snob, I will engage, in this wicked and vulgar world. And oh, stars and garters, how she would start if she heard that she, as solemn as Minerva, she, as chaste as Diana, without that heathen goddess's unladylike propensity for field sports, that she, too, was a snob. A snob she is. As long as she sets that prodigious value upon herself, upon her name, upon her outward appearance, and indulges in that intolerable pomposity, as long as she goes parading abroad like Solomon in all his glory, as long as she goes to bed, as I believe she does, with a turban and a bird of paradise in it, and a court train to her nightgown, as long as she is so insufferably virtuous and condescending, as long as she does not cut at least one of those footmen down into mutton chops for the benefit of the young ladies. I had my notions of her from my old schoolfellow, her son Sidney Scraper, a Chancery barrister without any practice, the most placid, polite, and genteel of snobs, who never exceeded his allowance of 200 a year, and who may be seen any evening at the Oxford and Cambridge Club, simpering over the Quarterly Review, in the blameless enjoyment of his half-pint of port. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of the Book of Snobs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Deborah Lynn. The Book of Snobs by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 7. On Some Respectable Snobs. Look at the next house to Lady Susan Scraper's. The first mansion with the awning over the door. That canopy will be let down this evening for the comfort of the friends of Sir Alured and Lady S. de Mogyns, whose parties are so much admired by the public and the givers themselves. Peach-coloured liveries laced with silver and pea-green plush inexpressibles render the de Mogyns flunkies the pride of the ring when they appear in Hyde Park, where Lady de Mogyns, as she sits upon her satin cushions with her dwarf spaniel in her arms, bows to the very selectest of the genteel. Times are altered now with Mary Ann, or, as she calls herself, Marian de Mogyns. She was the daughter of Captain Flack of the Rathdrum Fencibles, who crossed with his regiment over from Ireland to Carmarthenshire ever so many years ago, and defended Wales from the Corsican invader. The Rathdrums were quartered at Pontydwdlm, where Marian wooed and won her de Mogyns, a young banker in the place. His attentions to Miss Flack at a race ball were such that her father said de Mogyns must either die on the field of honour or become his son-in-law. He preferred marriage. His name was Muggins then, and his father, a flourishing banker, army contractor, smuggler, and general jobber, almost disinherited him on account of this connection. There is a story that Muggins the elder was made a baronet for having lent money to a R-Y-L P-RS-N-GE. I do not believe it. The R-Y-L family always paid their debts from the Prince of Wales downwards. Howbeit, to his life's end, he remained simple Sir Thomas Muggins, representing Pontydwdlm in Parliament for many years after the war. The old banker died in course of time, and, to use the affectionate phrase common on such occasions, cut up prodigiously well. His son Alfred Smith Mogyns succeeded to the main portion of his wealth, and to his titles and the bloody hand of his scutcheon. It was not for many years after that he appeared as Sir Alured Mogyns Smith de Mogyns, with a genealogy found out for him by the editor of Fluke's Peerage, and which appears as follows in that work. De Mogyns, Sir Alured Mogyns Smith, 2nd Baronet. This gentleman is a representative of one of the most ancient families of Wales, who trace their descent until it is lost in the mists of antiquity. A genealogical tree, beginning with Shem, is in the possession of the family, and is stated by a legend of many thousand years' date to have been drawn on papyrus by a grandson of the patriarch himself. Be this as it may, there can be no doubt of the immense antiquity of the race of Mogyns. In the time of Boadicea, Hogyn Mogyn of the 100 Beeves was a suitor and a rival of Caractacus for the hand of that princess. He was a person gigantic in stature, and was slain by Suetonius in the battle which terminated the liberties of Britain. From him descended directly the princes of Pontydwdlm, Mogyn of the Golden Harp, C. the Mabinogion of Lady Charlotte Guest, Bogyn Merodach ap Mogyn, the black fiend son of Mogyn, and a long list of bards and warriors celebrated both in Wales and Armorica. The independent princes of Mogyn long held out against the ruthless kings of England, until finally Gam Mogyns made his submission to Prince Henry, son of Henry IV, and under the name of Sir David Gam de Mogyns was distinguished at the Battle of Agincourt. From him the present baronet is descended, and here the descent follows in order until it comes to Thomas Muggins, 1st Baronet of Pontydwdlm Castle, for 23 years Member of Parliament for that borough, who had issue Alured Mogyns Smith, the present baronet, who married Marian, daughter of the late General P. Flack of Ballyflack, in the kingdom of Ireland, of the Counts Flack of the H.R. Empire. Sir Alured has issue Alured Caradoc, born 1819, Marian, 1811, Blanche Adeliza, Emily Doria, Adelaide O'Blians, Katinka Rostopchin, Patrick Flack, died 1809. Arms: a mullion garbled, jewels on a saltire reversed of the second. Crest: a tomtit rampant regardant. Motto: Ung Roy Ung Mogyns. It was long before Lady de Mogyns shone as a star in the fashionable world. At first poor Muggins was in the hands of the Flacks, the Clancys, the Tooles, the Shanahans, his wife's Irish relations; and whilst he was yet but heir apparent, his house overflowed with claret and the national nectar, for the benefit of Hibernian relatives. Tom Tufto absolutely left the street in which they lived in London, because he said it was infected with such a confounded smell of whisky from the house of those Irish people. It was abroad that they learned to be genteel. They pushed into all foreign courts, and elbowed their way into the halls of ambassadors. They pounced upon the stray nobility, and seized young lords travelling with their bear leaders. They gave parties at Naples, Rome, and Paris. They got a royal prince to attend their soirees at the latter place, and it was here that they first appeared under the name of de Mogyns, which they bear with such splendour to this day. All sorts of stories are told of the desperate efforts made by the indomitable Lady de Mogyns to gain the place she now occupies, and those of my beloved readers who live in middle life, and are unacquainted with the frantic struggles, the wicked feuds, the intrigues, cabals, and disappointments which, as I am given to understand, reign in the fashionable world, may bless their stars that they at least are not fashionable snobs. The intrigues set afoot by the de Mogyns to get the Duchess of Buckskin to her parties would strike a Talleyrand with admiration. She had a brain fever after being disappointed of an invitation to Lady Aldermanbury's the Descente, and would have committed suicide but for a ball at Windsor. I have the following story from my noble friend Lady Clapperclaw herself, Lady Kathleen O'Shaughnessy that was, and daughter of the Earl of Turf and Thunder. When that odious disguised Irish woman, Lady Muggins, was struggling to take her place in the world, and was bringing out her hideous daughter Blanche, said old Lady Clapperclaw. Marian has a humpback and doesn't show, but she's the only lady in the family. When that wretched Polly Muggins was bringing out Blanche, with her radish of a nose, and her carrot of ringlets, and her turnip for a face, she was most anxious, as her father had been a cowboy on my father's land, to be patronized by us, and asked me point blank, in the midst of a silence at Count Volavent's, the French ambassador's dinner, why I had not sent her a card for my ball. "Because my rooms are already too full, and your ladyship would be crowded inconveniently," says I. "Indeed, she takes up as much room as an elephant. Besides, I wouldn't have her, and that was flat." I thought my answer was a settler to her, but the next day she comes weeping to my arms. "Dear Lady Clapperclaw," says she, "it's not for me. I ask it for my blessed Blanche, a young creature in her first season, and not at your ball. My tender child will pine and die of vexation. I don't want to come. I will stay at home to nurse Sir Alured in the gout. Mrs. Bolster is going, I know. She will be Blanche's chaperon." "You wouldn't subscribe for the Rathdrum Blanket and Potato Fund, you who come out of the parish," says I, "and whose grandfather, honest man, kept cows there." "Will 20 guineas be enough, dearest Lady Clapperclaw?" "20 guineas is sufficient," says I, and she paid them. So I said, "Blanche may come, but not you, mind," and she left me with a world of thanks. Would you believe it? When my ball came, the horrid woman made her appearance with her daughter. "Didn't I tell you not to come?" said I, in a mighty passion. "What would the world have said?" cries my Lady Muggins. "My carriage is gone for Sir Alured to the club. Let me stay only 10 minutes, dearest Lady Clapperclaw." "Well, as you are here, madam, you may stay and get your supper," I answered, and so left her, and never spoke a word more to her all night. "And now," screamed out old Lady Clapperclaw, clapping her hands, and speaking with more brogue than ever, "what do you think, after all my kindness to her, the wicked, vulgar, odious, impudent upstart of a cowboy's granddaughter has done? She cut me up yesterday in High Park, and hasn't sent me a ticket for her ball to night, though they say Prince George is to be there." Yes, such is the fact. In the race of fashion, the resolute and active de Mogyns has passed the poor old Clapperclaw. Her progress in gentility may be traced by the sets of friends whom she has courted, and made, and cut, and left behind her. She has struggled so gallantly for polite reputation that she has won it, pitilessly kicking down the ladder as she advanced degree by degree. Irish relations were first sacrificed. She made her father dine in the steward's room, to his perfect contentment, and would send Sir Alured thither likewise, but that he is a peg on which she hopes to hang her future honours, and is, after all, paymaster of her daughter's fortunes. He is meek and content. He has been so long a gentleman that he is used to it, and acts the part of governor very well. In the daytime he goes from the Union to Arthur's, and from Arthur's to the Union. He is a dead hand at piquet, and loses a very comfortable maintenance to some young fellows at whist at the Travellers'. His son has taken his father's seat in Parliament, and has, of course, joined Young England. He is the only man in the country who believes in the De Moggenses, and sighs for the days when a De Moggens led the van of battle. He has written a little volume of spoony puny poems. He wears a lock of the hair of Laud, the confessor and martyr, and fainted when he kissed the Pope's toe at Rome. He sleeps in white kid gloves, and commits dangerous excesses upon green tea. End of Chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of the Book of Snobs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of Snobs by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 8. Great City Snobs. There is no disguising the fact that this series of papers is making a prodigious sensation among all classes in this empire. Notes of admiration, of interrogation, of remonstrance, approval, or abuse come pouring into Mr. Punch's box. We have been called to task for betraying the secrets of 3 different families of De Moggens. No less than 4 lady scrapers have been discovered, and young gentlemen are quite shy of ordering half a pint of port and simpering over the quarterly review at the club, lest they should be mistaken for Sidney Scraper, Esquire. "What can be your antipathy to Baker Street?" asks some fair remonstrant, evidently writing from that quarter. "Why only attack the aristocratic snobs?" says one estimable correspondent. "Are not the snobbish snobs to have their turn?" "Pitch into the university snobs," writes an indignant gentleman who spelled elegant with 2 I's. "Show up the clerical snob," suggests another. "Being at Meurice's Hotel, Paris, some time since," some wag hints, "I saw Lord B. leaning out of the window with his boots in his hand and bawling out, 'Garçon, cirez-moi ces bottes.' Oughtn't he to be brought in among the snobs? No, far from it. If his lordship's boots are dirty, it is because he is Lord B. and walks. There is nothing snobbish in having only 1 pair of boots, or a favourite pair, and certainly nothing snobbish in desiring to have them cleaned. Lord B., in so doing, performed a perfectly natural and gentlemanlike action, for which I am so pleased with him that I have had him designated in a favourable and elegant attitude, and put at the head of this chapter in the place of honour. No, we are not personal in these candid remarks. As Phidias took the pick of a score of beauties before he completed a Venus, so have we to examine, perhaps, 1,000 snobs, before one is expressed on paper. Great city snobs are the next in the hierarchy, and ought to be considered. But here is a difficulty. The great city snob is commonly most difficult of access. Unless you are a capitalist, you cannot visit him in the recesses of his bank parlour in Lombard Street. Unless you are a sprig of nobility, there is little hope of seeing him at home. In a great city snob firm, there is generally 1 partner whose name is down for charities, and who frequents Exeter Hall. You may catch a glimpse of another, a scientific city snob, at my Lord N.'s soirees, or the lectures of the London Institution; of a third, a city snob of taste, at picture auctions, at private views of exhibitions, or at the opera or the Philharmonic, but intimacy is impossible in most cases with this grave, pompous, and awful being. A mere gentleman may hope to sit at almost anybody's table, to take his place at my Lord Duke's in the country, to dance a quadrille at Buckingham Palace itself. Beloved Lady Wilhelmina Waggle-Wiggle,
Do you recollect the sensation we made at the ball of our late adored sovereign Queen Caroline, at Brandenburg House, Hammersmith? But the City Snob's doors are for the most part closed to him, and hence all that one knows of this great class is mostly from hearsay. In other countries of Europe the banking snob is more expansive and communicative than with us, and receives all the world into his circle. For instance, everybody knows the princely hospitalities of the Charleschild families at Paris, Naples, Frankfurt, etc. They entertain all the world, even the poor, at their fêtes. Prince Polonia at Rome and his brother, the Duke of Strachino, are also remarkable for their hospitalities. I like the spirit of the first named nobleman. Titles not costing much in the Roman territory, he has the head clerk of the banking house made a marquis, and his lordship will screw a bajocco out of you in exchange as dexterously as any commoner could do. It is a comfort to be able to gratify such grandees with a farthing or two. It makes the poorest man feel that he can do good. The Polonias have intermarried with the greatest and most ancient families of Rome, and you see their heraldic cognizance, a mushroom or on an azure field, quartered in 100 places in the city, with the arms of the Colonnas and Dorias. City snobs have the same mania for aristocratic marriages. I like to see such. I am of a savage and envious nature. I like to see these two humbugs, which, dividing, as they do, the social empire of this kingdom between them, hate each other naturally, making truce and uniting for the sordid interests of either. I like to see an old aristocrat, swelling with pride of race, the descendant of illustrious Norman robbers, whose blood has been pure for centuries, and who looks down upon common Englishmen as a free American does on a nigger. I like to see old Stiffneck obliged to bow down his head and swallow his infernal pride, and drink the cup of humiliation poured out by Pump and Aldgate's butler. Pump and Aldgate, says he, your grandfather was a bricklayer, and his hod is still kept in the bank. Your pedigree begins in a workhouse. Mine can be dated from all the royal palaces of Europe. I came over with the Conqueror. I am own cousin to Charles Martel, Orlando Furioso, Philip Augustus, Peter the Cruel, and Frederick Barbarossa. I quarter the royal arms of Brentford in my coat. I despise you, but I want money, and I will sell you my beloved daughter, Blanche Stiffneck, for 100,000 pounds, to pay off my mortgages. Let your son marry her, and she shall become Lady Blanche Pump and Aldgate. Old Pump and Aldgate clutches at the bargain, and a comfortable thing it is to think that birth can be bought for money. So you learn to value it. Why should we, who don't possess it, set a higher store on it than those who do? Perhaps the best use of that book, The Peerage, is to look down the list and see how many have bought and sold birth, how poor sprigs of nobility somehow sell themselves to rich city snobs' daughters, how rich city snobs purchase noble ladies, and so to admire the double baseness of the bargain. Old Pump and Aldgate buys the article and pays the money. The sale of the girl's person is blessed by a bishop at St. George's, Hanover Square, and next year you read, at Roehampton, on Saturday, the Lady Blanche Pump, of a son and heir. After this interesting event, some old acquaintance, who saw young Pump in the parlour at the bank in the city, said to him familiarly, "How's your wife, Pump, my boy?" Mr. Pump looked exceedingly puzzled and disgusted, and after a pause said, "Lady Blanche Pump is pretty well, I thank you." "Oh, I thought she was your wife," said the familiar brute, Snooks, wishing him good-bye, and 10 minutes after, the story was all over the Stock Exchange, where it is told when young Pump appears to this very day. We can imagine the weary life this poor Pump, this martyr to mammon, is compelled to undergo. Fancy the domestic enjoyments of a man who has a wife who scorns him, who cannot see his own friends in his own house, who, having deserted the middle rank of life, is not yet admitted to the higher, but who is resigned to rebuffs and delay and humiliation, contented to think that his son will be more fortunate. It used to be the custom of some very old-fashioned clubs in this city, when a gentleman asked for change a guinea, always to bring it to him in washed silver, that which had passed immediately out of the hands of vulgar being considered as too coarse to soil a gentleman's fingers. So, when the City Snob's money has been washed during a generation or so, has been washed into estates, and woods, and castles, and town mansions, it is allowed to pass current as real aristocratic coin. Old Pump sweeps a shop, runs of messages, becomes a confidential clerk and partner. Pump the second becomes chief of the house, spends more and more money, marries his son to an earl's daughter. Pump Tertius goes on with a bank, but his chief business in life is to become the father of Pump Quartus, who comes out a full-blown aristocrat and takes his seat as Baron Pumpington, and his race rules hereditarily over this nation of snobs. End of chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of the Book of Snobs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Darvinia. The Book of Snobs by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 9. On some military snobs. As no society in the world is more agreeable than that of well-bred and well-informed military gentlemen, so, likewise, none is more insufferable than that of military snobs. They are to be found of all grades, from the general officer, whose padded old breast twinkles over with a score of stars, clasps, and decorations, to the budding cornet, who is shaving for a beard, and has just been appointed to the Saxe-Coburg Lancers. I have always admired that dispensation of rank in our country, which sets up this last-named little creature, who was flogged only last week because he could not spell, to command great whiskered warriors, who have faced all dangers of climate and battle, which, because he has money to lodge at the agent's, will place him over the heads of men who have 1,000 times more experience in desert, and which, in the course of time, will bring him all the honours of his profession, when the veteran soldier he commanded has got no other reward for his bravery than a berth in Chelsea Hospital, and the veteran officer he superseded has slunk into shabby retirement, and ends his disappointed life on a threadbare half-pay. When I read in the Gazette such announcements as "Lieutenant and Captain Grigg from the Bombardier Guards to be Captain Vice Grizzle who retires," I know what becomes of the Peninsular Grizzle. I follow him in spirit to the humble country town, where he takes up his quarters, and occupies himself with the most desperate attempts to live like a gentleman, on the stipend of half a tailor's foreman; and I picture to myself little Grigg rising from rank to rank, skipping from one regiment to another with an increased grade in each, avoiding disagreeable foreign service, and ranking as a colonel at 30, all because he has money, and Lord Grigsby is his father, who had the same luck before him. Grigg must blush at first to give his orders to old men in every way his betters; and as it is very difficult for a spoiled child to escape being selfish and arrogant, so it is a very hard task indeed for this spoiled child of fortune not to be a snob. It must have often been a matter of wonder to the candid reader that the army, the most enormous job of all our political institutions, should yet work so well in the field; and we must cheerfully give Grigg, and his like, the credit for courage which they display whenever occasion calls for it. The Duke's dandy regiments fought as well as any; they said better than any, but that's absurd. The great Duke himself was a dandy once, and jobbed on, as Marlborough did before him; but this only proves that dandies are brave as well as other Britons, as all Britons. Let us concede that the high-born Grigg rode into the entrenchments at Sobraon as gallantly as Corporal Wallop, the ex-ploughboy. The times of war are more favourable to him than the periods of peace. Think of Grigg's life in the Bombardier Guards, or the Jack-boot Guards; his marches from Windsor to London, from London to Windsor, from Knightsbridge to Regent's Park, the idiotic services he has to perform, which consist in inspecting the pipe clay of his company, or the horses in the stable, or bellowing out "Shoulder humps! Carry humps!" all which duties the very smallest intellect that ever belonged to mortal man would suffice to comprehend. The professional duties of a footman are quite as difficult and various. The red jackets who hold gentlemen's horses in St. James's Street could do the work just as well as those vacuous, good-natured, gentlemanlike, rickety little lieutenants, who may be seen sauntering around Pall Mall, in high-heeled little boots, or rallying round the standard of their regiment in the Palace Court, at 11 o'clock when the band plays. Did the beloved reader ever see one of the young fellows staggering under the flag, or, above all, going through the operation of saluting it? It is worth a walk to the palace to witness that magnificent piece of tomfoolery. I have had the honour of meeting once or twice an old gentleman whom I look upon to be a specimen of army training, and who has served in crack regiments, or commanded them, all his life. I allude to Lieutenant General the Honourable Sir George Granby Tufto, K.C.B., K.T.S., K.H., K.S.W., etc., etc. His manners are irreproachable generally. In society he is a perfect gentleman, and a most thorough snob. A man can't help being a fool, be he ever so old, and Sir George is a greater ass at 68 than he was when he first entered the army at 15. He distinguished himself everywhere. His name is mentioned with praise in a score of gazettes. He is the man, in fact, whose padded breast, twinkling over with innumerable decorations, has already been introduced to the reader. It is difficult to say what virtues this prosperous gentleman possesses. He never read a book in his life, and with his purple, old gouty fingers still writes a schoolboy hand. He has reached old age and grey hairs without being the least venerable. He dresses like an outrageously young man to the present moment, and laces and pads his old carcass as if he were still handsome George Tufto of 1800. He is selfish, brutal, passionate, and a glutton. It is curious to mark him at table, and see him heaving in his waistband, his little bloodshot eyes gloating over his meal. He swears considerably in his talk, and tells filthy garrison stories after dinner. On account of his rank and his services, people pay the bestarred and betitled old brute a sort of reverence, and he looks down upon you and me, and exhibits his contempt for us with a stupid and artless candour which is quite amusing to watch. Perhaps, had he been bred to another profession, he would not have been the disreputable old creature he now is. But what other? He was fit for none, too incorrigibly idle and dull for any trade but this, in which he has distinguished himself publicly as a good and gallant officer, and privately for riding races, drinking port, fighting duels, and seducing women. He believes himself to be one of the most honourable and deserving beings in the world. About Waterloo Place, of afternoons, you may see him tottering in his varnished boots, and leering under the bonnets of the women who pass by. When he dies of apoplexy, the Times will have 1/4 of a column about his services and battles. 4 lines of print will be wanted to describe his titles and orders alone, and the earth will cover one of the wickedest and dullest old wretches that ever strutted over it. Lest it should be imagined that I am of so obstinate a misanthropic nature as to be satisfied with nothing, I beg, for the comfort of the forces, to state my belief that the army is not composed of such persons as the above. He has only been selected for the study of civilians and the military as a specimen of a prosperous and bloated army snob. No, when epaulettes are not sold, when corporal punishments are abolished, and Corporal Smith has a chance to have his gallantry rewarded as well as that of Lieutenant Grigg, when there is no such rank as ensign and lieutenant, the existence of which rank is an absurd anomaly, and an insult upon all the rest of the army. And should there be no war, I should not be disinclined to be a major general myself. I have a little sheaf of army snobs in my portfolio, but shall pause in my attack upon the forces till next week. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of the Book of Snobs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Darvinia. The Book of Snobs by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 10. Military Snobs. Walking in the park yesterday with my young friend Tagg, and discoursing with him upon the next number of the Snob, at the very nick of time who should pass us but two very good specimens of military snobs, the sporting military snob, Captain Ragg, and the lurking or raffish military snob, Ensign Famish. Indeed, you are fully sure to meet them lounging on horseback, about 5 o'clock, under the trees by the Serpentine, examining critically the inmates of the flashy broughams which parade up and down the Ladies' Mile. Tagg and Ragg are very well acquainted, and so the former, with that candour inseparable from intimate friendship, told me his dear friend's history. Captain Ragg is a small, dapper, north country man. He went, when quite a boy, into a crack light cavalry regiment, and by the time he got his troop, had cheated all his brother officers so completely, selling them lame horses for sound ones, and winning their money by all manner of strange and ingenious contrivances, that his colonel advised him to retire, which he did without much reluctance, accommodating a youngster who had just entered the regiment, with a glandered charger at an uncommonly stiff figure. He has since devoted his time to billiards, steeple-chasing, and the turf. His headquarters are Rummers, in Conduit Street, where he keeps his kit, but he is ever on the move in the exercise of his vocation as a gentleman jockey and gentleman leg. According to Bell's Life, he is an invariable attendant at all races, and an actor in most of them. He rode the winner at Leamington. He was left for dead in a ditch a fortnight ago at Harrow, and yet there he was, last week, at the Croix de Berny, pale and determined as ever, astonishing the badauds of Paris by the elegance of his seat and the neatness of his rig, as he took a preliminary gallop on that vicious brute, the Disowned, before starting for the French Grand National. He is a regular attendant at the corner, where he compiles a limited but comfortable libretto. During season he rides often in the park, mounted on a clever, well-bred pony. He is to be seen escorting celebrated horsewoman Fanny Highflyer, or in confidential converse with Lord Thimblerig, the eminent handicapper. He carefully avoids decent society, and would rather dine off a steak at the One Ton with Sam Snaffle the jockey, Captain O'Rourke, and 2 or 3 other notorious turf robbers, than with the choicest company in London. He likes to announce at Rummers that he is going to run down and spend his Saturday and Sunday in a friendly way with Hocus, the leg, at his little box near Epsom, where, if reports speak true, many rummish plants are concocted. He does not play billiards often, and never in public; but when he does play, he always contrives to get hold of a good flat, and never leaves him until he has done him uncommonly brown. He has lately been playing a good deal with Famish. When he makes his appearance in the drawing-room, which occasionally happens at a hunt meeting or a race ball, he enjoys himself extremely. His young friend is Ensign Famish, who is not a little pleased to be seen with such a smart fellow as Ragg, who bows to the best turf company in the park. Ragg lets Famish accompany him to Tattersall's, and sells him bargains in horseflesh, and uses Famish's cab. That young gentleman's regiment is in India, and he is at home on sick leave. He recruits his health by being intoxicated every night, and fortifies his lungs, which are weak, by smoking cigars all day. The policemen about the Haymarket know the little creature, and the early cabmen salute him. The closed doors of fish and lobster shops open after service, and vomit out little Famish, who is either tipsy and quarrelsome, when he wants to fight the cabman, or drunk and helpless, when some kind friend (in yellow satin) takes care of him. All the neighbourhood, the cabmen, the police, the early potato men, and the friends (in yellow satin) know the young fellow, and he is called Little Bobby by some of the very worst reprobates in Europe. His mother, Lady Fanny Famish, believes devoutly that Robert is in London solely for the benefit of consulting the physician, is going to have him exchanged into a dragoon regiment, which doesn't go to that odious India, and has an idea that his chest is delicate, and that he takes gruel every evening when he puts his feet in hot water. Her ladyship resides at Cheltenham, and is of a serious turn. Bobby frequents the Union Jack Club, of course, where he breakfasts on pale ale and devilled kidneys at 3 o'clock, where beardless young heroes of his own sort congregate, and make merry, and give each other dinners, where you may see half a dozen of young rakes of the 4th or 5th order lounging and smoking on the steps, where you behold Slapper's long-tailed leggy mare in the custody of a red jacket, until the captain is primed for the park with a glass of curacoa, and where you see Hobby of the Highland Buffs driving up with Dobby of the Madras Fusiliers, in the great banging swinging cab which the latter hires from Rumble of Bond Street. In fact, military snobs are of such number and variety that 100 weeks of Punch would not suffice to give an audience to them. There is, besides the disreputable old military snob who has seen service, the respectable old military snob who has seen none, and gives himself the most prodigious martinet airs. There is the medical military snob, who is generally more outrageously military in his conversation than the greatest sabreur in the army. There is the heavy dragoon snob, whom young ladies admire with his great stupid pink face and yellow moustaches, a vacuous, solemn, foolish, but brave and honourable snob. There is the amateur military snob, who writes Captain on his card because he is a lieutenant in the Bungay militia. There is the lady-killing military snob, and more, who need not be named. But let no man, we repeat, charge Mr. Punch with disrespect for the army in general, that gallant and judicious army, every man of which, from F.M. the Duke of Wellington, etc., downwards, with the exception of H.R.H. Field Marshal Prince Albert, who, however, can hardly count as a military man, reads Punch in every quarter of the globe. Let those civilians who sneer at the acquirements of the army read Sir Harry Smith's account of the Battle of Aliwal. A noble deed was never told in nobler language. And you who doubt if chivalry exists, or the age of heroism has passed by, think of Sir Henry Hardinge, with his son, dear little Arthur, riding in front of the lines at Feroja. I hope no English painter will endeavour to illustrate that scene, for who is there to do justice to it? The history of the world contains no more brilliant and heroic picture. No, the men who perform these deeds with such brilliant valour, and describe them with such modest manliness, such are not snobs. Their country admires them, their sovereign rewards them, and Punch, the universal railer, takes off his hat and says, "Heaven save them." End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of the Book of Snobs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of Snobs by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 11 on Clerical Snobs. After Snobs military, Snobs clerical suggest themselves quite naturally, and it is clear that, with every respect for the cloth, yet having a regard for truth, humanity, and the British public, such a vast and influential class must not be omitted from our notices of the great Snob world. Of these clerics there are some whose claim to snobbishness is undoubted, and yet it cannot be discussed here, for the same reason that Punch would not set up his show in a cathedral, out of respect for the solemn service celebrated within. There are some places where he acknowledges himself not privileged to make a noise, and puts away his show, and silences his drum, and takes off his hat, and holds his peace. And I know this, that if there are some clerics who do wrong, there are straightway 1,000 newspapers to haul up those unfortunates, and cry, "Fie upon them! Fie upon them!" While, though the press is always ready to yell and bellow excommunication against these stray delinquent parsons, it somehow takes very little count of the many good ones, of the tens of thousands of honest men who lead Christian lives, who give to the poor generously, who deny themselves rigidly, and live and die in their duty, without ever a newspaper paragraph in their favour. My beloved friend and reader, I wish you and I could do the same, and let me whisper my belief, entre nous, that of those eminent philosophers who cry out against parsons the loudest, there are not many who have got their knowledge of the church by going thither often. But you, who have ever listened to village bells, or walked to church as children on sunny Sabbath mornings, you who have ever seen the parson's wife tending to the poor man's bedside, or the town clergyman threading the dirty stairs of noxious alleys upon his business, do not raise a shout when one falls away, or yell with the mob that howls after him. Every man can do that. When old Father Noah was overtaken in his cups, there was only one of his sons that dared to make merry at his disaster, and he was not the most virtuous of the family. Let us, too, turn away silently, nor huzza like a parcel of schoolboys, because some big young rebel suddenly starts up and whoops the schoolmaster. I confess, though, if I had by me the names of those 7 or 8 Irish bishops, the probates of whose wills were mentioned in last year's journals, and who died leaving behind them some 200,000 apiece, I would like to put them up as patrons of my clerical snobs, and operate upon them as successfully as I see from the newspapers Mr. Eisenberg, chiropodist, has lately done upon His Grace the Reverend Lord Bishop of Tapioca. I confess that when those right reverend prelates come up to the gates of paradise with their probates of wills in their hands, I think that their chance is. But the gates of paradise is a far way to follow their lordships, so let us trip down again, lest awkward questions should be asked about our own favourite vices too. And don't let us give way to the vulgar prejudice that clergymen are an overpaid and luxurious body of men. What that eminent ascetic, the late Sydney Smith (by the way, by what law of nature is it that so many Smiths in this world are called Sydney Smith?) lauded the system of great prizes in the church, without which he said gentlemen would not be induced to follow the clerical profession. He admitted most pathetically that the clergy in general were by no means to be envied for their worldly prosperity. From reading the works of some modern writers of repute, you would fancy that a parson's life was passed in gorging himself with plum pudding and port wine, and that his reverence's fat chaps were always greasy with the crackling of tithe pigs. Caricaturists delight to represent him so: round, short-necked, pimple-faced, apoplectic, bursting out of the waistcoat like a black pudding, a shovel-hatted, fuzz-wigged Silenus. Whereas, if you take the real man, the poor fellow's flesh-pots are very scantily furnished with meat. He labours commonly for a wage that a tailor's foreman would despise. He has, too, such claims upon his dismal income as most philosophers would rather grumble to meet. Many tithes are levied upon his pocket, let it be remembered, by those who grudge him his means of livelihood. He has to dine with the squire, and his wife must dress neatly, and he must look like a gentleman, as they call it, and bring up 6 great hungry sons as such. Add to this, if he does his duty, he has such temptations to spend his money as no mortal man could withstand. Yes, you who can't resist purchasing a chest of cigars, because they are so good, or an ormolu clock at Howell and James's, because it is such a bargain, or a box at the opera, because La Blanche and Grisi are divine in the Puritani. Fancy how difficult it is for a parson to resist spending a half-crown when John Breakstone's family are without a loaf, or standing a bottle of port for poor old Polly Rabbits, who has her 13th child, or treating himself to a suit of corduroys for little Bob Scarecrow, whose breeches are sadly out at the elbows. Think of these temptations, brother moralist and philosophers, and don't be too hard on the parson. But what is this? Instead of showing up the parsons, we are indulging in maudlin praises of that monstrous black-coated race. O saintly Francis, lying at rest under the turf! O Jimmy and Johnny and Willie, friends of my youth! O noble and dear old Elias! How should he who knows you not respect you and your calling? May this pen never write a pennyworth again, if it ever casts ridicule upon either. End of chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of the Book of Snobs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Darvinia. The Book of Snobs by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 12. On Clerical Snobs and Snobbishness. Dear Mr. Snob, an amiable young correspondent writes, who signs himself Snobling, ought the clergyman who, at the request of a noble duke, lately interrupted a marriage ceremony between two persons perfectly authorized to marry, to be ranked or not among the clerical snobs? This, my dear young friend, is not a fair question. One of the illustrated weekly papers has already seized hold of the clergyman, and blackened him most unmercifully, by representing him in his cassock performing the marriage service. Let that be sufficient punishment, and, if you please, do not press the query. It is very likely that if Miss Smith had come with a licence to marry Jones, the parson in question, not seeing old Smith present, would have sent off the beadle in a cab to let the old gentleman know what was going on, and would have delayed the service until the arrival of Smith senior. He very likely thinks it his duty to ask all marriageable young ladies, who come without their papa, why their parent is absent, and no doubt always sends off the beadle for that missing governor. Or it is very possible that the Duke of Coeur de Lion was Mr. What-d'ye-call-him's most intimate friend, and has often said to him, "What-d'ye-call-him, my boy, my daughter must never marry the capting. If ever they try at your church, I beseech you, considering the terms of intimacy on which we are, to send off Rattan in a hack cab to fetch me." In either of which cases, you see, dear Snobling, that though the parson would not have been authorized, yet he might have been excused for interfering. He has no more right to stop my marriage than to stop my dinner, to both of which, as a free-born Briton, I am entitled by law, if I can pay for them. But consider pastoral solicitude, a deep sense of the duties of his office, and pardon this inconvenient but genuine zeal. But if the clergyman did in the Duke's case what he would not do in Smith's, if he has no more acquaintance with the Coeur de Lion family than I have with the royal and serene house of Saxe-Coburg-Gotha, then, I confess, my dear Snobling, your question might elicit a disagreeable reply, and one which I respectfully decline to give. I wonder what Sir George Tufto would say, if a sentry left his post because a noble lord, not the least connected with the service, begged the sentinel not to do his duty. Alas, that the beadle who canes little boys and drives them out, cannot drive worldliness out too. What is worldliness but snobbishness? When, for instance, I read in the newspapers that the Right Reverend the Lord Charles James administered the rite of confirmation to a party of the juvenile nobility, at the Chapel Royal, as if the Chapel Royal were a sort of ecclesiastical Almack's, and young people were to get ready for the next world in little exclusive genteel knots of the aristocracy, who were not to be disturbed in their journey thither by the company of the vulgar. When I read such a paragraph as that, and one or two such generally appear during the present fashionable season, it seems to me to be the most odious, mean, and disgusting part of that odious, mean, and disgusting publication, the Court Circular, and that snobbishness is therein carried to quite an awful pitch. What, gentlemen, can't we even in the Church acknowledge a republic? There, at least, the Herald's College itself might allow that we all of us have the same pedigree, and are direct descendants of Eve and Adam, whose inheritance is divided amongst us. I hereby call upon all dukes, earls, baronets, and other potentates, not to lend themselves to this shameful scandal and error, and beseech all bishops who read this publication to take the matter into consideration, and to protest against the continuance of the practice, and to declare, we won't confirm or christen Lord Tom Noddy or Sir Carnaby Jenks to the exclusion of any other young Christian; the which declaration, if their lordships are induced to make, a great lapis offensionis will be removed, and the Snob papers will not have been written in vain. A story is current of a celebrated nouveau riche, who, having had occasion to oblige that excellent prelate, the Bishop of Bullock Smithy, asked his lordship in return to confirm his children privately in his lordship's own chapel, which ceremony the grateful prelate accordingly performed. Can satire go farther than this? Is there even in this most amusing of prints any more naive absurdity? It is as if a man wouldn't go to heaven unless he went in a special train, or as if he thought, as some people think about vaccination, confirmation more effectual when administered at first hand. When that eminent person, the Begum Sum Roo, died, it is said that she left £10,000 to the Pope and 10,000 to the Archbishop of Canterbury, so that there should be no mistake, so as to make sure of having the ecclesiastical authorities on her side. This is only a little more openly and undisguisedly snobbish than the cases before alluded to. A well-bred snob is just as secretly proud of his riches and honours as a parvenu snob, who makes the most ludicrous exhibition of them; and a high-born marchioness or duchess just as vain of herself and her diamonds as Queen Quashyboo, who sews a pair of epaulettes on to her skirt and turns out in state in a cocked hat and feathers. It is not out of disrespect to my peerage, which I love and honour. Indeed, have I not said before that I should be ready to jump out of my skin if 2 dukes would walk down Pall Mall with me? It is not out of disrespect for the individuals that I wish these titles had never been invented. But consider, if there were no tree, there would be no shadow, and how much more honest society would be, and how much more serviceable the clergy would be, which is our present consideration, if these temptations of rank and continual baits of worldliness were not in existence, and perpetually thrown out to lead them astray. I have seen many examples of their falling away. When, for instance, Tom Sniffle first went into the country as curate for Mr. Fuddleston, Sir Huddleston Fuddleston's brother, who resided on some other living, there could not be a more kind, hard-working, and excellent creature than Tom. He had his aunt to live with him. His conduct to his poor was admirable. He wrote annually reams of the best intentioned and vapid sermons. When Lord Brandyball's family came down into the country and invited him to dine at Brandyball Park, Sniffle was so agitated that he almost forgot how to say grace, and upset a bowl of currant jelly sauce in Lady Fanny Toffy's lap. What was the consequence of his intimacy with that noble family? He quarrelled with his aunt for dining out every night. The wretch forgot his poor altogether, and killed his old nag by always riding over to Brandyball, where he revelled in the maddest passion for Lady Fanny. He ordered the neatest new clothes and ecclesiastical waistcoats from London. He appeared with corazza shirts, lacquered boots, and perfumery. He bought a blood horse from Bob Toffy, was seen at archery meetings, public breakfasts, actually at cover, and I blush to say that I saw him in a stall at the opera, and afterwards riding by Lady Fanny's side in Rotten Row. He double-barrelled his name, as many poor snobs do, and instead of T. Sniffle, as formerly, came out in a porcelain card as Reverend T. Darcy Sniffle, Burlington Hotel. The end of all this may be imagined. When the Earl of Brandyball was made acquainted with the curate's love for Lady Fanny, he had that fit of the gout which so nearly carried him off, to the inexpressible grief of his son, Lord Alickampane, and uttered that remarkable speech to Sniffle, which disposed of the claims of the latter. "If I didn't respect the Church, sir," his lordship said, "by Jove, I'd kick you downstairs." His lordship then fell back into the fit aforesaid, and Lady Fanny, as we all know, married General Poddiger. As for poor Tom, he was over head and ears in debt as well as in love. His creditors came down upon him. Mr. Hemp, of Portugal Street, proclaimed his name lately as a reverend outlaw, and he has been seen at various foreign watering places, sometimes doing duty, sometimes coaching a stray gentleman's son at Carlsruhe or Kensington, sometimes, must we say it, lurking about the roulette tables with a tuft to his chin. If temptation had not come upon this unhappy fellow in the shape of a Lord Brandyball, he might still have been following his profession, humbly and worthily. He might have married his cousin with £4,000, the wine merchant's daughter. The old gentleman quarrelled with his nephew for not soliciting wine orders from Lord B. for him. He might have had 7 children, and taken private pupils, and eked out his income, and lived and died a country parson. Could he have done better? You who want to know how great and good and noble such a character may be, read Stanley's Life of Dr. Arnold. End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of the Book of Snobs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Lawrence. The Book of Snobs by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 13 on Clerical Snobs. Among the varieties of the snob clerical, the university snob and the scholastic snob ought never to be forgotten. They form a very strong battalion in the black-coated army. The wisdom of our ancestors, which I admire more and more every day, seemed to have determined that education of youth was so paltry and unimportant a matter, that almost any man, armed with a birch and regulation cassock and degree, might undertake the charge; and many an honest country gentleman may be found to the present day, who takes a very good care to have a character with his butler when he engages him, and will not purchase a horse without the warranty and the closest inspection, but sends off his son, young John Thomas, to school without asking any questions about the schoolmaster, and places the lad at Switchester College under Dr. Block, because he, the good old English gentleman, had been at Switchester under Dr. Buswig 40 years ago. We have a love for all little boys at school, for many scores of thousands of them read and love Punch. May he never write a word that shall not be honest and fit for them to read. He will not have his young friends to be snobs in the future, or to be bullied by snobs, or given over to such to be educated. Our connection with the young at the universities is very close and affectionate. The candid undergraduate is our friend. The pompous old college don trembles in his common room lest we should attack him and show him up as a snob. When railroads were threatening to invade the land which they have since conquered, it may be recollected what a shrieking and outcry the authorities of Oxford and Eton made, lest the iron abominations should come near those seats of pure learning, and tempt the British youth astray. The supplications were in vain. The railroad is upon them, and the old world institutions are doomed. I felt charmed to read in the papers the other day a most veracious puffing advertisement headed, "To college and back for 5 shillings." The college gardens, it said, will be thrown open on this occasion. The college youths will perform a regatta. The chapel of King's College will have its celebrated music, and all for 5 shillings. The Goths have got into Rome. Napoleon Stevenson draws his republican lines around the sacred old cities, and the ecclesiastical bigwigs who garrison them must prepare to lay down key and crozier before the iron conqueror. If you consider, dear reader, what profound snobbishness the university system produced, you will allow that it is time to attack some of those feudal middle-age superstitions. If you go down for 5 shillings to look at the college youths, you may see one sneaking down the court without a tassel to his cap, another with a gold or silver fringe to his velvet trencher, a third lad with a master's gown and hat, walking at ease over the sacred college grass-plats, which common men must not trod on. He may do it because he is a nobleman. Because a lad is a lord, the university gives him a degree at the end of 2 years, which another is 7 in acquiring. Because he is a lord, he has no call to go through an examination. Any man who has not been to college and back for 5 shillings would not believe in such distinctions in a place of education, so absurd and monstrous they seem to be. The lads with gold and silver lace are sons of rich gentlemen, and called fellow commoners. They are privileged to feed better than their pensioners, and to have wine with their victuals, which the latter can only get in their rooms. The unlucky boys who have no tassels to their caps are called sizars, servitors at Oxford, a very pretty and gentlemanlike title. A distinction is made in their clothes because they are poor, for which reason they wear a badge of poverty and are not allowed to take their meals with their fellow students. When this wicked and shameful distinction was set up, it was of a piece with all the rest, a part of the brutal, unchristian, blundering feudal system. Distinctions of rank were then so strongly insisted upon that it would have been thought blasphemy to doubt them, as blasphemous as it is in parts of the United States now for a nigger to set up as the equal of a white man. A ruffian like Henry VIII talked as gravely about the divine powers vested in him as if he had been an inspired prophet. A wretch like James I not only believed that there was in himself a particular sanctity, but other people believed him. Government regulated the length of a merchant's shoes, as well as meddled in his trade, prices, exports, machinery. It thought itself justified in roasting a man for his religion, or pulling a Jew's teeth out if he did not pay a contribution, or ordered him to dress in a yellow gabardine, and locked him in a particular quarter. Now a merchant may wear what boots he pleases, and has pretty nearly acquired the privilege of buying and selling without the government laying its paws upon the bargain. The stake for heretics is gone. The pillory is taken down. Bishops are even found lifting up their voices against the remains of persecution, and ready to do away with the last Catholic disabilities. Sir Robert Peel, though he wished it ever so much, has no power over Mr. Benjamin Disraeli's grinders, or any means of violently handling that gentleman's jaw. Jews are not called upon to wear badges. On the contrary, they may live in Piccadilly, or the Minories, according to fancy. They may dress like Christians, and do sometimes in a most elegant and fashionable manner. Why is the poor college servitor to wear that name and badge still? Because universities are the last place into which reform penetrates. But now that she can go to college and back for 5 shillings, let her travel down thither. End of chapter 13. Recording by David Lawrence in Brampton, Ontario, August the 6th, 2009.
Chapter 14 of the Book of Snobs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julie Malcolm. The Book of Snobs by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 14 on University Snobs. All the men of St. Boniface will recognize Hubie and Crump in these two pictures. They were tutors in our time, and Crump is since advanced to be president of the college. He was formerly and is now a rich specimen of a university snob. At 25, Crump invented 3 new metres and published an edition of an exceedingly improper Greek comedy with no less than 20 emendations upon the German text of Schnupfenius and Schnapsius. These services to religion instantly pointed him out for advancement in the church, and he is now president of St. Boniface, and very narrowly escaped the bench. Crump thinks St. Boniface the centre of the world, and his position as president the highest in England. He expects the fellows and tutors to pay him the same sort of service that cardinals pay to the Pope. I am sure Crawler would have no objection to carry a trencher, or Page to hold up the skirt of his gown as he stalks into chapel. He roars out the responses there as if it were an honour to heaven that a president of St. Boniface should take a part in the service, and in his own lodge and college acknowledges the sovereign only as his superior. When the allied monarchs came down and were made doctors of the university, a breakfast was given at St. Boniface, on which occasion Crump allowed the Emperor Alexander to walk before him, but took the pas himself of the King of Prussia and Prince Blucher. He was going to put the Hetman Platov to breakfast at the side table with the under-college tutors, but he was induced to relent, and merely entertained that distinguished Cossack with a discourse on his own language, in which he showed that the Hetman knew nothing about it. As for us undergraduates, we scarcely know more about Crump than about the Grand Lama. A few favoured youths are asked occasionally to tea at the lodge, but they do not speak unless first addressed by the doctor, and if they venture to sit down, Crump's follower, Mr. Toady, whispers, "Gentlemen, will you have the kindness to get up? The president is passing." Or, "Gentlemen, the president prefers that undergraduates should not sit down," or words to a similar effect. To do Crump justice, he does not cringe now to great people. He rather patronizes them than otherwise, and in London speaks quite affably to a duke who has been brought up at his college, or holds out a finger to a marquise. He does not disguise his own origin, but brags of it with considerable self-gratulation. "I was a charity boy," says he. "See what I am now, the greatest Greek scholar of the greatest college, of the greatest university, of the greatest empire in the world." The argument being that this is a capital world for beggars, because he, being a beggar, has managed to get on horseback. Hubie owes his eminence to patient merit and agreeable perseverance. He is a meek, mild, inoffensive creature, with just enough of scholarship to fit him to hold a lecture or set an examination paper. He rose by kindness to the aristocracy. It was wonderful to see the way in which that poor creature grovelled before a nobleman or a lord's nephew, or even some noisy and disreputable commoner, the friend of a lord. He used to give the young nobleman the most painful and elaborate breakfasts, and adopt a jaunty genteel air, and talk with them, although he was decidedly serious, about the opera, or the last run with the hounds. It was good to watch him in the midst of a circle of young toughs, with his mean, smiling, eager, uneasy familiarity. He used to write home confidential letters to their parents, and made it his duty to call upon them when in town, to condole or rejoice with them when a death, birth, or marriage took place in their family, and to feast them whenever they came to the university. I recollect a letter lying on a desk in his lecture-room for a whole term, beginning, "My Lord Duke." It was to show us that he corresponded with such dignities. When the late lamented Lord Glenlivet, who broke his neck at a hurdle race, at the premature age of 24, was at the university, the amiable young fellow, passing to his rooms in the early morning, and seeing Hubie's boots at his door, on the same staircase, playfully wadded the inside of the boots with cobbler's wax, which caused excruciating pains to the Reverend Mr. Hubie when he came to take them off the same evening before dining with the master of St. Crispin's. Everybody gave the credit of this admirable piece of fun to Lord Glenlivet's friend Bob Tizzy, who was famous for such feats, and who had already made away with the college pump-handle, filed St. Boniface's nose smooth with his face, carried off 4 images of nigger boys from the tobacconist's, painted the senior proctor's horse pea green, etc., etc. And Bob, who was of the party certainly, and would not peach, was just on the point of incurring expulsion, and so losing the family living which was in store for him, when Glenlivet nobly stepped forward, owned himself to be the author of the delightful jeu d'esprit, apologized to the tutor, and accepted the rustication. Hubie cried when Glenlivet apologized. If the young nobleman had kicked him round the cord, I believe the tutor would have been happy, so that an apology and a reconciliation might subsequently ensue. "My lord," said he, "in your conduct on this and all other occasions, you have acted as becomes a gentleman. You have been an honour to the university, as you will be to the peerage. I am sure, when the amiable vivacity of youth is calmed down, and you are called upon to take your proper share in the government of the nation." And when his lordship took leave of the university, Hubie presented him with a copy of his Sermons to a Nobleman's Family. Hubie was once private tutor to the sons of the Earl of Muffborough, which Glenlivet presented in return to Mr. William Ram, known to the fancy as a Tutbury Pet, and the sermons now figure on the boudoir table of Mrs. Ram, behind the bar of her house of entertainment, the Game Cock and Spurs, near Woodstock, Oxon. At the beginning of the long vacation, Hubie comes to town, and puts up in handsome lodgings near St. James's Square, rides in the park in the afternoon, and is delighted to read his name in the morning papers among the list of persons present at Muffborough House and the Marquis of Farintosh's evening parties. He is a member of Sydney Scrapers' Club, where, however, he drinks his pint of claret. Sometimes you may see him on Sundays, at the hour when tavern doors open, whence issue little girls with great jugs of porter, when charity boys walk the streets, bearing round dishes of smoking shoulders of mutton and baked taters, when Sheeny and Moses are seen smoking their pipes before their lazy shutters in 7 Dials, when a crowd of smiling persons in clean outlandish dresses, in monstrous bonnets and flaring printed gowns, or in crumpled glossy coats and silks that bear the creases of the drawers where they have lain all the week, file down High Street. Sometimes, I say, you may see Hubie coming out at the church of St. Giles in the Fields, with a stout gentlewoman leaning on his arms, whose old face bears an expression of supreme pride and happiness as she glances round at all the neighbours, and who faces the curate himself and marches into Holborn, where she pulls the bell of a house over which is inscribed Hubie Haberdasher. It is the mother of the Reverend F. Hubie, as proud of her son in his white choker as Cornelia of her jewels at Rome. That is old Hubie bringing up the rear with the prayer books, and Betsy Hubie, the old maid, his daughter. Old Hubie, haberdasher and churchwarden. In the front room upstairs, where the dinner is laid out, there is a picture of Muffborough Castle, of the Earl of Muffborough, K.X., Lord Lieutenant for Diddlesex, an engraving from an almanac of St. Boniface College, Oxon, and a sticking plaster portrait of Hubie when young, in a cap and gown. A copy of his Sermons to a Nobleman's Family is on the bookshelf, by the Whole Duty of Man, the Reports of the Missionary Societies, and the Oxford University Calendar. Old Hubie knows part of this by heart, every living belonging to St. Boniface, and the name of every tutor, fellow, nobleman, and undergraduate. He used to go to meeting and preach himself, until his son took orders, but of late the old gentleman has been accused of Puseyism, and is quite pitiless against the dissenters. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of the Book of Snobs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julie van Wallegem. The Book of Snobs by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 15 on University Snobs. I should like to fill several volumes with accounts of various university snobs, so fond are my reminiscences of them, and so numerous are they. I should like to speak above all of the wives and daughters of some of the professor snobs, their amusements, habits, jealousies, their innocent artifices to entrap young men, the picnics, concerts, and evening parties. I wonder what has become of Emily Blades, daughter of Blades, the professor of the Mandingo language. I remember her shoulders to this day, as she sat in the midst of a crowd of about 70 young gentlemen from Corbus and Catherine Hall, entertaining them with ogles and French songs on the guitar. Are you married, fair Emily of the Shoulders? What beautiful ringlets those were that used to dribble over them! What a waist! What a killing sea-green shot-silk gown! What a cameo, the size of a muffin! There were 36 young men of the university in love at one time with Emily Blades, and no words are sufficient to describe the pity, the sorrow, the deep, deep commiseration, the rage, fury, and uncharitableness, in other words, with which the Miss Drums, daughter of Drums, the professor of phlebotomy, regarded her, because she didn't squint, and because she wasn't marked with the smallpox. As for the young university snobs, I am getting too old now to speak of such very familiarly. My recollections of them lie in the far, far past, almost as far back as Pelham's time. We then used to consider snobs raw-looking lads who never missed chapel, who wore high-lows and no straps, who walked 2 hours on the Trumpington Road every day of their lives, who carried off the college scholarships, and who overrated themselves in whole. We were premature in pronouncing our verdict of youthful snobbishness. The man without straps fulfilled his destiny and duty. He eased his old governor, the curate in Westmoreland, or helped his sisters to set up the ladies' school. He wrote a dictionary or a treatise on conic sections, as his nature and genius prompted. He got a fellowship, and then took to himself a wife and a living. He presides over a parish now, and thinks it rather a dashing thing to belong to the Oxford and Cambridge Club, and his parishioners love him, and snore under his sermons. No, no, he is not a snob. It is not straps that make the gentleman, or high lows that unmake him, be they ever so thick. My son, it is you who are the snob if you lightly despise a man for doing his duty, and refuse to shake an honest man's hand because it wears a Berlin glove. We then used to consider it not the least vulgar for a parcel of lads who had been whipped 3 months previous, and were not allowed more than 3 glasses of port at home, to sit down to pineapples and ices at each other's rooms, and fuddle themselves with champagne and claret. One looks back to what was called a wine party with a sort of wonder. 30 lads round a table covered with bad sweetmeats, drinking bad wines, telling bad stories, singing bad songs over and over again. Milk punch, smoking, ghastly headache, frightful spectacle of dessert table next morning, and smell of tobacco. Your guardian the clergyman dropping in the midst of this, expecting to find you deep in algebra, and discovering the jib administering soda water. There were young men who despised the lads who indulged in the coarse hospitalities of wine parties, who prided themselves as giving recherché little French dinners. Both wine-party givers and dinner-givers were snobs. They were what used to be called dressy snobs. Jimmy, who might be seen at 5 o'clock elaborately rigged out, with a camellia in his buttonhole, glazed boots, and fresh kid-gloves twice a day. Jessamy, who was conspicuous for his jewellery, a young donkey glittering all over with chains, rings, and shirt studs. Jackie, who rode every day solemnly on the Blenheim road, in pumps and white silk stockings with his hair curled. All three of whom flattered themselves they give laws to the university about dress. All three most odious varieties of snobs. Sporting snobs of course there were, and are always, those happy beings in whom nature has implanted a love of slang, who loitered about the horse-keeper's stables, and drove the London coaches, a stage in and out, and might be seen swaggering through the courts in pink of early mornings, and indulged in dice and blind hookey at nights, and never missed a race or a boxing match, and rode flat races, and kept bull-terriers. Worse snobs even than these were poor miserable wretches who did not like hunting at all, and could not afford it, and were in mortal fear at a 2-foot ditch, but who hunted because Glenlivet and Kingbars hunted. The billiard snob and the boating snob were varieties of these, and are to be found elsewhere than in universities. Then there were philosophical snobs, who used to ape statesmen at the spouting clubs, and who believed as a fact that government always had an eye on the university for the selection of orators for the House of Commons. There were audacious young freethinkers who adored nobody or nothing, except perhaps Robespierre and the Koran, and panted for the day when the pale name of priest should shrink and dwindle away before the indignation of an enlightened world. But the worst of all university snobs are those unfortunates who go to rack and ruin from their desire to ape their betters. Smith becomes acquainted with great people at college, and is ashamed of his father, the tradesman. Jones has fine acquaintances, and lives after their fashion like a gay free-hearted fellow as he is, and ruins his father, and robs his sister's portion, and cripples his younger brother's outset and knife, for the pleasure of entertaining my lord, and riding by the side of Sir John. And though it may be very good fun for Robinson to fodder himself at home as he does at college, and to be brought home by the policeman he has just been trying to knock down, think what fun it is for the poor old soul, his mother, the half-pay captain's widow, who has been pinching herself all her life long, in order that that jolly young fellow might have a university education. End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of the Book of Snobs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ellie. The Book of Snobs by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 16 on Literary Snobs. What will he say about literary snobs has been a question, I make no doubt, often asked by the public. How can he let off his own profession? Will that truculent and unsparing monster who attacks the nobility, the clergy, the army, and the ladies, indiscriminately hesitate when the turn comes to engorge his own flesh and blood? My dear and excellent querist, whom does the schoolmaster flog so resolutely as his own son? Didn't Brutus chop his offspring's head off? You have a very bad opinion indeed of the present state of literature and of literary men, if you fancy that any of us would hesitate to stick a knife into his neighbor penman if the latter's death could do the state any service. But the fact is that in the literary profession there are no snobs. Look around the whole body of British men of letters, and I defy you to point out among them a single instance of vulgarity or envy or assumption. Men and women, as far as I have known them, are all modest in their demeanour, elegant in their manners, spotless in their lives, and honourable in their conduct to the world and to each other. You may, occasionally, it is true, hear one literary man abusing his brother. But why? Not in the least out of malice, not at all from envy, merely from a sense of truth and public duty. Suppose, for instance, I good-naturedly point out a blemish in my friend Miss Punch's person, and say Mr. P. has a humpback, and his nose and chin are more crooked than those features in the Apollo and the Antonius, which we are accustomed to consider as our standards of beauty. Does this argue malice on my part towards Mr. Punch? Not in the least. It is the critic's duty to point out defects as well as merits, and he invariably does his duty with utmost gentleness and candour. An intelligent foreigner's testimony about our manners is always worth having, and I think, in this respect, the work of an eminent American, Mr. M. P. Willis, is eminently valuable and impartial. In his history of Ernest Clay, a crack magazine writer, the reader will get an exact account of the life of a popular man of letters in England. He is always a lion of society. He takes the P.A.S. of dukes and earls. All the nobility crowd to see him. I forget how many baronesses and duchesses fall in love with him. But on this subject let us hold our tongues. Modesty forbids that we should reveal the names of the heart-broken countesses and dear marchionesses who are pining for every one of the contributors in Punch. If anybody wants to know how intimately authors are connected with the fashionable world, they have but to read the genteel novels. What refinement and delicacy pervades the works of Mrs. Barnaby! What delightful good company do you meet with in Mrs. Armitage! She seldom introduces you to anybody under a marquis. I don't know anything more delicious than the pictures of genteel life in 10,000 a year, except perhaps the young Duke and Coningsby. There's a modest grace about them, and an air of easy high fashion, which only belongs to blood, my dear sir, to true blood. And what linguists many of our writers are! Lady Bulwer, Lady Londonderry, Sir Edward himself. They write the French language with a luxurious elegance and ease which sets them far above their continental rivals, of whom not one, except Paul de Kock, knows a word of English. And what Briton can read without enjoyment the works of James, so admirable for terseness, and the playful humour and dazzling offhand lightness of Ainsworth? Among other humorists, one might glance at a Gerald, the chivalrous advocate of Toryism and the Church and State, and a Beckett, with a lightsome pen, but a savage earnestness of purpose; a James, whose pure style and wit unmingled with buffoonery was relished by a congenial public. Speaking of critics, perhaps there never was a review that has done so much for literature as the admirable Quarterly. It has its prejudices, to be sure, as which of us has not? It goes out of its way to abuse a great man, or lays mercilessly to such pretenders as Keats and Tennyson. But, on the other hand, it is the friend of all young authors, and has marked and nurtured all the rising talent of the country. It is loved by everybody. There again is Blackwood's Magazine, conspicuous for modest elegance and amiable satire. That review never passes the bounds of politeness in a joke. It is the arbiter of manners, and while gently exposing the foibles of Londoners, for whom the beau esprit of Edinburgh entertain a justifiable contempt, it is never coarse in its fun. The fiery enthusiasm of the Athenaeum is well known, and the bitter wit of the too difficult literary Gazette. The Examiner is perhaps too timid, and the Spectator too boisterous in its praise. But who can carp at those minor faults? No, no. The critics of England and the authors of England are unrivalled as a body, and hence it becomes impossible for us to find fault with them. Above all, I never knew a man of letters ashamed of his profession. Those who know us know what an affectionate and brotherly spirit is among us all. Sometimes one of us rises in the world. We never attack him or sneer at him under those circumstances, but rejoice to a man at his success. If Jones dines with a lord, Smith never says Jones is a courtier or a cringer. Nor, on the other hand, does Jones, who is in the habit of frequenting the society of great people, give himself any airs on account of the company he keeps, but will leave a duke's arm in Pall Mall to come over and speak to poor Brown, the young penny a liner. Above all, I never knew a man of letters ashamed of his profession. Those who know us know what an affectionate and brotherly spirit there is among us. That sense of equality and fraternity amongst the authors has always struck me as one of the most amiable characteristics of the class. It is because we know and respect each other that the world respects us so much, that we hold such a good position in society, and demean ourselves so irreproachably when there. Literary persons are held in such esteem by the nation that about 2 of them have been absolutely invited to court during the present reign, and it is probable that towards the end of the season 1 or 2 will be asked to dinner with Sir Robert Peel. They are such favourites with the public that they are continually obliged to have their pictures taken and published, and 1 or 2 could be pointed out, of whom the nation insists upon having a fresh portrait every year. Nothing can be more gratifying than this proof of affectionate regard which the people has for its instructors. Literature is held in such honour in England that there is a sum of near £12,000 per annum set apart to pension deserving persons following that profession. And a great compliment this is too to the professors, and a proof of their generally prosperous and flourishing condition. They are generally so rich and thrifty that scarcely any money is wanted to help them. If every word of this is true, how, I should like to know, am I to write about literary snobs? End of chapter 16. Recording by Ellie, July 2009. Chapter 17 of the Book of Snobs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ellie. The Book of Snobs by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 17. A little about Irish snobs. You do not, to be sure, imagine that there are no other snobs in Ireland than those of the amiable party who wish to make pikes of iron railroads. It's a fine Irish economy, and to cut the throats of the Saxon invaders. These are of the venomous sort, and had they been invented in his time, St. Patrick would have banished them out of the kingdom along with the other dangerous reptiles. I think it is the Four Masters, or else it's Olaus Magnus, or else it's certainly O'Neill Daunt, in the Catechism of Irish History, who relates that when Richard II came to Ireland, and the Irish chiefs did homage to him, going down on their knees, the poor simple creatures, and worshipping and wondering before the English king and the dandies of his court, my lords, the English noblemen mocked and jeered at the uncouth Irish admirers, mimicked their talk and gestures, pulled their poor old beards, and laughed at the strange fashion of their garments. The English snob rampant always does this to the present day. There is no snob in existence, perhaps, that has such an indomitable belief in himself, that sneers you down all the rest of the world besides, and has such an insufferable, admirable, stupid contempt of all people but his own, nay, for all sets but his own. Gracious God, what stories about these Irish, these young dandies accompanying King Richard, must have had to tell, when they returned to Pall Mall, and smoked their cigars upon the steps of White's. The Irish snobbishness develops itself not in pride so much as in servility, and mean admirations, and trumpery imitations of their neighbours. And a wonder de Tocqueville and de Beaumont and the Times Commissioner did not explain the snobbishness of Ireland as contrasted with our own. Ours is that of Richard's Norman knights, haughty, brutal, stupid, and perfectly self-confident. Theirs of the poor, wandering, kneeling, simple chieftains. They are on the knees still before English fashion, these simple wild people, and indeed it is hard not to grin at some of their naive exhibitions. Some years since, when a certain great orator was Lord Mayor of Dublin, he used to wear a red gown and a cocked hat, the splendour of which delighted him as much as a new curtain ring in her nose or a string of glass beads around her neck charms Queen Grashinibo. He used to pay visits to people in distress, to appear at meetings hundreds of miles off, in the red velvet gown, and to hear the people crying, "Yes, my lord," and "No, my lord," and to read the prodigious accounts of his lordship in the papers. It seemed as if the people and he liked to be taken in by this twopenny splendour. Twopenny magnificence, indeed, exists all over Ireland, and may be considered as the great characteristics of the snobbishness of the country. When Mrs. Mulholligan, the grocer's lady, retires to Kingstown, she has Mulholliganville painted over the gate of her villa, and receives you at the door that won't shut, or gazes at you out of a window that is glazed with an old petticoat. Be it ever so shabby and dismal, nobody ever owns to keeping a shop. A fellow whose stock in trade is a penny roll or a tumbler of lollipops calls his cabin the American Flower Stores, or the Depository for Colonial Produce, or some such name. As for inns, there are none in the country. Hotels abound as well furnished as Mulholliganville, but again there is no such people as landlords and landladies. The landlord is out with the hounds, and my lady in the parlour talking with the captain or playing the piano. If a gentleman has 100 a year to leave for his family, they all become gentlemen. All keep a nag, ride the hounds, and swagger about in the phaenix, and grow tufts on their chin like so many real aristocrats. A friend of mine has taken to be a painter, and lives out of Ireland, where he is considered to have disgraced the family by choosing such a profession. His father is a wine merchant, and his elder brother an apothecary. The number of men one meets in London and on the Continent who have a pretty little property of 2500 a year in Ireland is prodigious. Those who will have 9000 a year in land when somebody dies are still more numerous. I myself have met as many descendants from Irish kings as would form a brigade. And who has not met the Irishman who apes the Englishman, and who forgets his country and tries to forget his accent, or to smother the taste of it, as it were? Come dine with me, my boy, says O'Dowd of O'Dowdstown, and you'll find us all English there, which he tells you in a brogue's broad as from here to Kingston Beer. And did you never hear Mrs. Captain McManus talk about Ireland, and her account of her father's estate? Very few men have rubbed through the world without hearing and witnessing some of these Hibernian phenomena, these twopenny splendors. And what say you to the summit of society, the castle, with a sham king and sham lords in waiting and sham loyalty, and a sham Haroun al Rashid to go about the sham disguise, making believe to be affable and splendid? That castle is the pink and pride of snobbishness. A court circular is bad enough, with 2 columns of print about a little baby that's christened, but think of people liking a sham court circular. I think the shams of Ireland are more outrageous than those of any country. A fellow shows you a hill and says, "That's the highest mountain in all Ireland," and a gentleman tells you he is descended from Brian Boru and has 3500 a year. Or Miss McManus describes her father's estate, or old Dan rises and says the Irish women are the loveliest, the Irish men the bravest, the Irish land the most fertile in the world, and nobody believes anybody. The latter does not believe his story, nor the hearer. But they make believe to believe, and solemnly do honour to humbug. O Ireland, my country! For I make little doubt I am descended from Brian Boru too. When will you acknowledge that 2 and 2 make 4, and call a pikestaff a pikestaff? That is the very best use you can make of the latter. Irish snobs will dwindle away then, and we shall never hear tell of hereditary bondsmen. End of chapter 17. Recording by Ellie, July 2009.
Chapter 18 of the Book of Snobs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of Snobs by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 18. Party-Giving Snobs. Our selection of snobs has lately been too exclusively of a political character. "Give us private snobs," cry the dear ladies. I have before me the letter of one fair correspondent of the fishing village of Brighthelmstone in Sussex, and could her commands ever be disobeyed? "Tell us more, dear Mr. Snob, about your experience of snobs in society." Heaven bless the dear souls! They are accustomed to the word now. The odious, vulgar, horrid, unpronounceable word slips out of their lips with the prettiest glibness possible. I should not wonder if it were used at court amongst the maids of honour. In the very best society, I know it is. And why not? Snobbishness is vulgar. The mere words are not. That which we call a snob by any other name would still be snobbish. Well, then, as the season is drawing to a close, as many hundreds of kind souls, snobbish or otherwise, have quitted London, as many hospitable carpets are taken up, and window blinds are pitilessly papered with the Morning Herald, and mansions once inhabited by cheerful owners are now consigned to the care of the housekeeper's dreary locum tenens, some mouldy old woman, who, in reply to the hopeless clanging of the bell, peers at you for a moment from the area, and then slowly unbolting the great hall door, informs you my lady has left town, or that the family is in the country, or gone up the Rind, or what not. As the season and parties are over, why not consider party-giving snobs for a while, and review the conduct of some of those individuals who have quitted the town for 6 months? Some of those worthy snobs are making believe to go yachting, and, dressed in telescopes and pea-jackets, are passing their time between Cherbourg and Cowes. Some living higgledy-piggledy in dismal little huts in Scotland provisioned with canisters of portable soup, and fricandeau, hermetically sealed in tin, are passing their days slaughtering grouse upon the moors. Some are dozing and bathing away the effects of the season at Kissingen, or watching the ingenious game of trente et quarante at Homburg and Ems. We can afford to be very bitter upon them now they are all gone. Now there are no more parties, let us have at the party giving Snobs. The dinner giving, the ball giving, the déjeuner giving, the conversazione giving Snobs. Lord, Lord, what havoc might have been made amongst them had we attacked them during the plethora of the season. I should have been obliged to have a guard to defend me from fiddlers and pastry cooks, indignant at the abuse of their patrons. Already I am told that, from some flippant and unguarded expressions considered derogatory to Baker Street and Harley Street, rents have fallen in these respectable quarters, and orders have been issued that at least Mr. Snob shall be asked to parties there no more. Well, then, now they are all away, let us frisk at our ease, and have it everything like the bull in the china shop. They may not hear of what is going on in their absence, and, if they do, they can't bear malice for 6 months. We will begin to make it up with them about next February, and let next year take care of itself. We shall have no dinners from the dinner-giving Snobs, no more from the ball-givers, no more conversaziones. Thank Mussy, as James says, from the conversaziones Snob. And what is to prevent us from telling the truth? The snobbishness of conversaziones Snobs is very soon disposed of, as soon as that cup of washy bohea is handed to you in the tea-room, or the muddy remnant of ice that you grasp in the suffocating scuffle of the assembly upstairs. Good heavens! What do people mean by going there? What is done there, that everybody throngs into those 3 little rooms? Was the Black Hole considered to be an agreeable reunion, that Britons in the dog days years seek to imitate it? After being rammed to a jelly in a doorway, where you feel your feet going through Lady Barbara Macbeth's lace flounces, and get a look from that haggard and painted old harpy, compared to which the gaze of Ugolino is quite cheerful. After withdrawing your elbow out of poor gasping Bob Guttleton's white waistcoat, from which cushion it was impossible to remove it, though you knew you were squeezing poor Bob into an apoplexy, you find yourself at last in the reception room, and try to catch the eye of Mrs. Botibol, the conversazione giver. When you catch her eye, you are expected to grin, and she smiles too, for the 400th time that night. And, if she is very glad to see you, waggles her little hand before her face, as if to blow you a kiss, as the phrase is. Why the deuce should Mrs. Botibol blow me a kiss? I wouldn't kiss her for the world. Why do I grin when I see her, as if I was delighted? Am I? I don't care a straw for Mrs. Botibol. I know what she thinks about me. I know what she said about my last volume of poems. I had it from a dear mutual friend. Why, I say in a word, are we going on ogling and telegraphing each other in this insane way? Because we are both performing the ceremonies demanded by the great Snob Society, whose dictates we all of us obey. Well, the recognition is over, my jaws have returned to their usual English expression of subdued agony and intense gloom, and the Botibol is grinning and kissing her fingers to somebody else, who is squeezing through the aperture by which we have just entered. It is Lady Anne Clutterbuck, who has her Friday evenings as Botibol (Botty we call her) has Wednesdays. That is Miss Clementina Clutterbuck, the cadaverous young woman in green, with florid auburn hair, who has published her volume of poems. The Death Shriek, Damiens, The Faggot of Joan of Arc, and translations from the German, of course. The Conversazione women salute each other, calling each other "My dear Lady Anne," and "My dear good Eliza," and hating each other, as women hate who give parties on Wednesdays and Fridays. With inexpressible pain dear good Eliza sees Anne go up and coax and wheedle Aber Gosh, who has just arrived from Syria, and beg him to patronize her Fridays. All this while, amidst the crowd and the scuffle, and a perpetual buzz and chatter, and the flare of the wax candles, and an intolerable smell of musk, what the poor snobs who write fashionable romances call the gleam of gems, the odor of perfumes, the blaze of countless lamps, a scrubby-looking, yellow-faced foreigner with cleaned gloves is warbling inaudibly in a corner, to the accompaniment of another. "The great Cacafogo," Mrs. Botibol whispers as she passes you by. "A great creature, Thumpenstrumpf, is at the instrument, the Hetman Platov's pianist, you know." To hear this Cacafogo and Thumpenstrumpf 100 people are gathered together, a bevy of dowagers, stout or scraggy, a faint sprinkling of misses, 6 moody-looking lords, perfectly meek and solemn, wonderful foreign counts with bushy whiskers and yellow faces, and a great deal of dubious jewelry, young dandies with slim waists and open necks, and self-satisfied simpers, and flowers in their buttons. The old, stiff, stout, bald-headed conversazionariue, whom you meet everywhere, who never miss a night of this delicious enjoyment, the 3 last caught lions of the season, Higgs, the traveller, Biggs, the novelist, and Toffy, who has come out so on the sugar question, Captain Flash, who is invited on account of his pretty wife, and Lord Ogleby, who goes wherever she goes. Qu'est-ce que j'ai? Who are the owners of all those showy scarfs and white neckcloths? Ask little Tom Prigg, who is there in all his glory, knows everybody, has a story about everyone, and, as he trips home to his lodgings in Jermyn Street, with his gibus hat and his little glazed pumps, thinks he is the fashionablest young fellow in town, and that he really has passed a night of exquisite enjoyment. You go up, with your usual easy elegance of manner, and talk to Miss Smith in a corner. "Oh, Mr. Snob, I'm afraid you're sadly satirical." That's all she says. If you say it's fine weather, she bursts out laughing. Or hint that it's very hot, she vows you are the drollest wretch. Meanwhile Mrs. Botibol is simpering on fresh arrivals. The individual at the door is roaring out their names. Poor Cacafogo is quavering away in the music room, under the impression that he will be Lance in the world by singing inaudibly here. And what a blessing it is to squeeze out of the door and into the street, where 100 of carriages are in waiting, and where the link boy, with that unnecessary lantern of his, pounces upon all who issue out, and will insist upon getting your noble honour's lordship's cab. And to think that there are people who, after having been to Botibol on Wednesday, will go to Clutterbuck on Friday. End of chapter 18.
Chapter 19 of the Book of Snobs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Barry Eads. The Book of Snobs by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 19. Dining Out Snobs. In England, dinner-giving snobs occupy a very important place in society, and the task of describing them is tremendous. There was a time in my life when the consciousness of having eaten a man's salt rendered me dumb regarding his demerits, and I thought it a wicked act and a breach of hospitality to speak ill of him. But why should a saddle of mutton blind you, or a turbot and lobster sauce shut your mouth for ever? With advancing age, men see their duties more clearly. I am not to be hoodwinked any longer by a slice of venison, be it ever so fat, and as for being dumb on account of turbot and lobster sauce, of course I am. Good manners ordain that I should be so, until I have swallowed the compound, but not afterwards. Directly the victuals are discussed, and John takes away the plate, my tongue begins to wag. Does not yours, if you have a pleasant neighbour? A lovely creature, say, of some 35, whose daughters have not yet quite come out. They are the best talkers. As for your young misses, they are only put about the table to look at. like the flowers in the centerpiece. Their blushing youth and natural modesty preclude them from easy, confidential, conversational abandon which forms the delight of the intercourse with their dear mothers. It is to these, if he would prosper in his profession, that the dining out Snob should address himself. Suppose you sit next to one of these. How pleasant it is, in the intervals of the banquet, actually to abuse the victuals and the giver of the entertainment. It's twice as piquant to make fun of a man under his very nose. What is a dinner-giving Snob? Some innocent youth, who is not répandu in the world, may ask, or some simple reader who has not the benefits of London experience. My dear sir, I will show you, not all, for that is impossible, but several kinds of dinner-giving Snobs. For instance, suppose you, in the middle rank of life, accustomed to mutton, roast on Tuesday, cold on Wednesday, hashed on Thursday, etc., with small means and a small establishment, choose to waste the former, and set the latter topsy-turvy by giving entertainments unnaturally costly. You come into the dinner-giving Snob class at once. Suppose you get in cheap-made dishes from the pastry cooks, and hire a couple of greengrocers, or carpet-beaters, to figure as footmen, dismissing honest Molly, who waits on common days, and bedizening your table, ordinarily ornamented with willow-patterned crockery, with twopenny halfpenny Birmingham plate. Suppose you pretend to be richer and grander than you ought to be. You are a dinner-giving Snob. And oh, I tremble to think how many and many a one will read this. A man who entertains in this way, and alas, how few do not, is like a fellow who would borrow his neighbor's coat to make a show in, or a lady who flaunts in the diamonds from next door. A humbug, in a word, and amongst the Snobs he must be set down. A man who goes out of his natural sphere of society to ask lords, generals, aldermen, and other persons of fashion, but is niggardly of his hospitality towards his own equals, is a dinner-giving Snob. My dear friend, Jack Tuffhunt, for example, knows one lord whom he met at a watering-place, old Lord Mumble, who is as toothless as a 3 months-old baby, and as mum as an undertaker, and as dull as, well, we will not particularize. Tuffhunt never has a dinner now but you see this solemn old toothless patrician at the right hand of Mrs. Tuffhunt. Tuffhunt is a dinner-giving Snob. Old Livermore, old Soy, old Chutney, the East Indian director, old Cutler, the surgeon, etc., that society of old fogies, in fine, who give each other dinners round and round, and dine for the mere purpose of guttling, these again are dinner-giving Snobs. Again, my friend Lady McScrew, who has 3 grenadier flunkeys in lace round the table, and serves up a scrag of mutton on silver, and dribbles you out bad sherry and port by thimblefuls, is a dinner-giving Snob of the other sort, and I confess for my part I would rather dine with old Livermore or old Soy than with her ladyship. Stinginess is snobbish. Ostentation is snobbish. Too great profusion is snobbish. Tuft-hunting is snobbish. But I own there are many people more snobbish than all those whose defects are above mentioned, viz., those individuals who can, and don't give, dinners at all. The man without hospitality shall never sit sub isdem trabibus with me. Let the sordid wretch go mumble his bone alone. What again is true hospitality? Alas, my dear friends and brother Snobs, how little do we meet of it after all! Are the motives pure which induce your friends to ask you to dinner? This has often come across me. Does your entertainer want something from you? For instance, I am not of a suspicious turn, but it is a fact that when Hookey is bringing out a new work, he asks the critics all round to dinner; that when Walker has got his picture ready for the exhibition, he somehow grows exceedingly hospitable, and has his friends of the press to a quiet cutlet and a glass of Sillery. Old Hunks, the miser, who died lately, leaving his money to his housekeeper, lived many years on the fat of the land, by simply taking down, at all his friends, the names and Christian names of all the children. But though you may have your own opinion about the hospitality of your acquaintances, and though men who ask you from sordid motives are most decidedly dinner-giving Snobs, it is best not to inquire into their motives too keenly. Be not too curious about the mouth of a gift horse. After all, a man does not intend to insult you by asking you to dinner. Though for that matter I know some characters about town who actually consider themselves injured and insulted if the dinner or the company is not to their liking. There is Guttleton, who dines at home off a shilling's worth of beef from the cook shop, but if he is asked to dine at a house where there are not peas at the end of May, or cucumbers in March along with turbot, thinks himself insulted by being invited. "Good Ged," he says, "what the deuce do the Forkers mean by asking me to a family dinner? I can get mutton at home." Or, "What infernal impertinence it is of the Spooners to get entrées from the pastry cooks, and fancy that I am to be deceived with their stories about their French cook." Then again there is Jack Puddington. I saw that honest fellow t'other day quite in a rage, because, as chance would have it, Sir John Carver asked him to meet the very same party he had met at Colonel Cramley's the day before, and he had not got up a new set of stories to entertain them. Poor dinner-giving snobs! You don't know what small thanks you get for all your pains and money. How we dining out snobs sneer at your cookery, and pooh-pooh your old hock, and are incredulous about your 4 and 6 penny champagne, and know that the side dishes of to-day are réchauffés from the dinner of yesterday, and mark how certain dishes are whisked off the table untested, so that they may figure at the banquet tomorrow. Whenever, for my part, I see the head man particularly anxious to escamoteur the fricandeau or a blancmange, I always call out, and insist upon massacring it with a spoon. All this sort of conduct makes one popular with the dinner-giving snob. One friend of mine I know has made a prodigious sensation in good society by announcing apropos of certain dishes when offered to him, that he never eats aspic except at Lord Titup's, and that Lady Jimmy's chef is the only man in London who knows how to dress filet en serpenteau, or suprême de volaille aux truffes. End of chapter 19.
Chapter 20 of the Book of Snobs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Stearns. The Book of Snobs by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 20. Dinner-giving Snobs further considered. If my friends would but follow the present prevailing fashion, I think they ought to give me a testimonial for the paper on dinner-giving snobs, which I am now writing. What do you say now to a handsome comfortable dinner service of plate, not including plates, for I hold silver plates to be sheer wantonness, and would almost as soon think of silver teacups, a couple of neat teapots, a coffee-pot, trays, etc., with a little inscription to my wife, Mrs. Snob, and a half-score of silver tankards for the little snoblings, to glitter on the homely table where they partake of their quotidian mutton. If I had my way, and my plans could be carried out, dinner-giving would increase as much on the one hand as dinner-giving snobbishness would diminish. To my mind the most amiable part of the work lately published by my esteemed friend, if upon a very brief acquaintance he will allow me to call him so, Alexis Soyer, the Regenerator, what he, in his noble style, would call the most succulent, savoury, and elegant passages, are those which relate, not to the grand banquets and ceremonial dinners, but to his dinners at home. The dinner at home ought to be the centre of the whole system of dinner-giving. Your usual style of meal, that is, plenteous, comfortable, and in its perfection, should be that to which you welcome your friends, as it is that of which you partake yourself. For, towards what woman in the world do I entertain a higher regard than towards the beloved partner of my existence, Mrs. Snob? Who should have a greater place in my affections than her 6 brothers, 3 or 4 of whom we are pretty sure will favour us with their company at 7 o'clock, or her angelic mother, my own valued mother-in-law, for whom, finally, would I wish to cater more generously than for your very humble servant, the present writer? Now, nobody supposes that the Birmingham plate is had out, the disguised carpet-beaters introduced to the exclusion of the neat parlour-maid, the miserable entrées from the pastry-cooks ordered in, and the children packed off, as it is supposed, to the nursery, but really only to the staircase, down which they slide during the dinner-time, waylaying the dishes as they come out, and fingering the round bumps on the jellies, and the forced meat-balls in the soup. Nobody, I say, supposes that a dinner at home is characterized by the horrible ceremony, the foolish makeshifts, the mean pomp and ostentation which distinguish our banquets on grand field days. Such a notion is monstrous. I would as soon think of having my dearest Bessy sitting opposite me in her turban and bird of paradise, and showing her jolly mottled arms, out of blonde sleeves, in her famous red satin gown, ay, or of having Mr. Toole every day in a white waistcoat at my back shouting, "Silence, Faugh, the chair!" Now, if this be the case, if the Brummagem plate pomp and the processions of disguised footmen are odious and foolish in everyday life, why not always? Why should Jones and I, who are in the middle rank, alter the modes of our being to assume an eclat which does not belong to us, to entertain our friends, who, if we are worth anything and honest fellows at bottom, are men of middle rank too, who are not in the least deceived by our temporary splendour, and who play off exactly the same absurd trick upon us when they ask us to dine? If it be pleasant to dine with your friends, as all persons with good stomachs and kindly hearts will, I presume, allow it to be, it is better to dine twice than to dine once. It is impossible for men of small means to be continually spending 5 and 20 or 30 shillings on each friend who sits down to their table. People dine for less. I myself have seen, at my favourite club, the Senior United Service, his Grace the Duke of Wellington quite contented with a joint, 1 and 3, and half pint of sherry, 9, and if his Grace, why not you and I? This rule I have made, and found the benefit of. Whenever I ask a couple of dukes and a marquis or so to dine with me, I sit them down to a piece of beef or a leg of mutton and trimmings. The grandees thank you for this simplicity, and appreciate the same. My dear Jones, ask any of those whom you have the honour of knowing, if such be not the case. I am far from wishing that their graces should treat me in a similar fashion. Splendour is a part of their station, as decent comfort, let us trust, of yours and mine. Fate has comfortably appointed gold plate for some, and has bidden others contentedly to wear the willow pattern. And being perfectly contented, indeed humbly thankful, for look around, O Jones, and see the myriads who are not so fortunate. To wear honest linen, while magnificoes of the world are adorned with cambric and point lace, surely we ought to hold as miserable, envious fools those wretched beaux tibs of society, who sport a lace dicky and nothing besides, the poor silly jays who trail a peacock's feather behind them, and think to simulate the gorgeous bird whose nature it is to strut on palace terraces, and to flaunt his magnificent fantail in the sunshine. The jays with peacock's feathers are the snobs of this world, and never, since the days of Aesop, were they more numerous in any land than they are at present in this free country. How does this most ancient apologue apply to the subject in hand, the dinner-giving snob? The imitation of the great is universal in this city, from the palaces of Kensingtonia and Belgravia, even to the remotest corner of Brunswick Square. Peacock's feathers are stuck in the tails of most families. Scarce one of us domestic birds but imitates the lanky pavonine strut, and shrill genteel scream. O you misguided dinner-giving snobs! Think how much pleasure you lose, and how much mischief you do with your absurd grandeurs and hypocrisies. You stuff each other with unnatural forced meats, and entertain each other to the ruin of friendship, let alone health, and the destruction of hospitality and good fellowship. You, who but for the peacock's tail might chatter away so much at your ease, and be so jovial and happy. When a man goes into a great set company of dinner-giving and dinner-receiving snobs, if he has a philosophical turn of mind, he will consider what a huge humbug the whole affair is. The dishes, and the drink, and the servants, and the plate, and the host and hostess, and the conversation, and the company, the philosopher included. The host is smiling, and hobnobbing, and talking up and down the table, but a prey to secret terrors and anxieties, lest the wines he has brought up from the cellar should prove insufficient, lest a corked bottle should destroy his calculations, or our friend the carpet-beater, by making some bevue, should disclose his real quality of greengrocer. and show that he is not the family butler. The hostess is smiling resolutely through all the courses, smiling through her agony, though her heart is in the kitchen, and she is speculating with terror lest there be any disaster there, if the souffle should collapse, or if Wiggins does not send the ices in time. She feels as if she would commit suicide, that smiling, jolly woman. The children upstairs are yelling, as their maid is crimping their miserable ringlets with hot tongs, tearing Miss Emily's hair out by the roots, or scrubbing Miss Polly's stumpy nose with mottled soap, till the little wretch screams herself into fits. The young males of the family are employed, as we have stated, in piratical exploits upon the landing place. The servants are not servants, but the before mentioned retail tradesmen. The plate is not plate, but a mere shiny Birmingham lacquer, and so is the hospitality, and everything else. The talk is Birmingham talk. The wag of the party, with bitterness in his heart, having just quitted his laundress, who is dunning him for her bill, is firing off good stories, and the opposition wag is furious that he cannot get an innings. Jawkins, the great conversationalist, is scornful and indignant with the pair of them, because he is kept out of court. Young Muscadel, that cheap dandy, is talking fashion and almanacs out of the Morning Post, and discussing his neighbour, Mrs. Fox, who reflects that she has never been there. The widow is vexed out of patience, because her daughter Maria has got a place beside young Cambric, the penniless curate, and not by Colonel Goldmore, the rich widower from India. The doctor's wife is sulky because she has not been led out before the barrister's lady. Old Dr. Cork is grumbling at the wine, and Guttleton sneering at the cookery. And to think that all these people might be so happy and easy and friendly were they brought together in a natural, unpretentious way, and but for an unhappy passion for peacock's feathers in England, gentle shades of Marat and Robespierre. When I see how all the honesty of society is corrupted among us by the miserable fashion worship, I feel as angry as Mrs. Fox just mentioned, and ready to order a general bateau of peacocks. End of chapter 20. Recording by Jennifer Stearns, Concord, New Hampshire.
Chapter 21 of the Book of Snobs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julie van Mallegem. The Book of Snobs by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 21. Some Continental Snobs. Now that September has come, and all our parliamentary duties are over, perhaps no class of snobs are in such high feather as the Continental snobs. I watch these daily, as they commence their migrations from the beach at Folkestone. I see shoals of them depart, not perhaps without an innate longing too to quit the island along with those happy snobs. Farewell, dear friends. I say, you little know that the individual who regards you from the beach is your friend and historiographer and brother. I went to-day to see our excellent friend Snooks, on board the Queen of the French. Many scores of snobs were there on the deck of that fine ship, marching forth in their pride and bravery. They will be at Ostend in 4 hours. They will inundate the continent next week. They will carry into far lands the famous image of the British snob. I shall not see them, but am with them in spirit, and indeed there is hardly a country in the known and civilized world in which these eyes have not beheld them. I have seen snobs, in pink coats and hunting boots, scouring over the Campagna of Rome, and have heard their odes and their well-known slang in the galleries of the Vatican, and under the shadowy arches of the Colosseum. I have met a snob on a dromedary in the desert, and picnicking under the pyramid of Cheops. I like to think how many gallant British snobs there are, at this minute of writing, pushing their head out of every window in the courtyard of Maurice's in the Rue de Rivoli, or roaring out, "Garçon, du pain! Garçon, du vin!" or swaggering down the Toledo at Naples, or even how many will be on the lookout for Snooks on Ostend Pier, for Snooks and the rest of the snobs on board the Queen of the French. Look at the Marquis of Carabas and his 2 carriages. My Lady Marchioness comes on board, looks round with that happy air of mingled terror and impertinence which distinguishes her ladyship, and rushes to her carriage, for it is impossible that she should mingle with the other snobs on deck. There she sits, and will be ill in private. The strawberry leaves on her chariot panels are engraved on her ladyship's heart. If she were going to heaven instead of to Ostend, I rather think she would expect to have des places réservées for her, and would send to order the best rooms. A courier with his money-bag of office round his shoulders, a huge scowling footman, whose dark pepper and salt livery glistens with the heraldic insignia of the Carabases, a brazen-looking tawdry French femme de chambre. None but a female pen can do justice to that wonderful tawdry toilette of the lady's maid en voyage, and the miserable dame de compagnie, are ministering to the wants of her ladyship and her King Charles the Spaniel. They are rushing to and fro with eau de Cologne, pocket-handkerchiefs, which are all fringe and cipher, and popping mysterious cushions behind and before, and in every available corner of the carriage. The little Marquis, her husband, is walking about the deck in a bewildered manner, with a lean daughter on each arm. The carroty-toffed hope of the family is already smoking on the foredeck in a travelling costume checked all over, and in little lacquer-tipped pot-jean boots, and a shirt embroidered with pink boa constrictors. What is it that gives travelling snobs such marvellous propensity to rush into costume? Why should a man not travel in a coat, etc., but think proper to dress himself like a harlequin in mourning? See, even young Aldermanbury, the tallow merchant, who has just stepped on board, has got a travelling dress gaping all over with pockets. And little Tom Tapeworm, the lawyer's clerk out of the city, who has but 3 weeks' leave, turns out in gaiters and a brand-new shooting-jacket, and must let the moustaches grow on his little sniffy upper lip forsooth. Pompey Higgs is giving elaborate directions to his servant, and asking loudly, "Davis, where's the dressing-case?" and "Davis, you'd best take the pistol-case into the cabin." Little Pompey travels with a dressing-case, and without a beard. Whom he's going to shoot with his pistols, who on earth can tell? And what he's to do with the servant but wait upon him, I am at a loss to conjecture. Look at honest Nathan Houndsditch and his lady and their little son. What a noble air of blazing contentment illuminates the features of those snobs of Eastern race! What a toilette Houndsditch's is! What rings and chains, what gold-headed canes and diamonds! What a toothed rogue has got to his chin! The rogue! He will never spare himself any cheap enjoyment. Little Houndsditch has a little cane with a gilt head and little mosaic ornaments, altogether an extra air. As for the lady, she is all the colours of the rainbow. She has a pink parasol with a white lining, and a yellow bonnet, and an emerald green shawl, and a shot silk pelisse, and drab boots, and rhubarb-coloured gloves, and party-coloured glass buttons, expanding from the size of a 4-penny piece to a crown, glitter and twiddle all down the front of a gorgeous costume. I have said before, I like to look at the peoples on their gala days. They are so picturesquely and outrageously splendid and happy. Yonder comes Captain Bull, spick and span, tied and trim, who travels for 4 or 6 months every year of his life, who does not commit himself by luxury of raiment or insolence of demeanour, but I think is as great a snob as any man on board. Bull passes the season in London, sponging for dinners and sleeping in a garret near his club. Abroad he has been everywhere. He knows the best wine at every inn in every capital in Europe, lives with the best English company there, has seen every palace and picture gallery from Madrid to Stockholm, speaks an abominable little jargon of 6 languages, and knows nothing. Bull hunts tufts on the Continent, and is a sort of amateur courier. He will scrape acquaintance with all Carabas before they make Ostend, and will remind his lordship that he met him at Vienna 20 years ago, or gave him a glass of schnapps up the Rigi. We have said Bull knows nothing. He knows the birth, arms, and pedigree of all the peerage, has poked his little eyes into every one of the carriages on board, their panels noted and their crests surveyed. He knows all the continental stories of English scandal, how Count Towrowski ran off with Miss Baggs at Naples, how very thick Lady Smigsmag was with young Cornichon of the French legation at Florence, the exact amount which Jack Deuceace won of Bob Greengoose at Baden, what it is that made the Stags settle on the continent, the sum for which the O'Gogherty estates are mortgaged, etc. If he can't catch a lord, he will hook on to a baronet, or else the old wretch will catch hold of some beardless young stripling of fashion, and show him life in various and amiable and inaccessible quarters. Faugh! The old brute! If he has every one of the vices of the most boisterous youth, at least he is comforted by having no conscience. He is utterly stupid, but of a jovial turn. He believes himself to be quite a respectable member of society, but perhaps the only good action he ever did in his life is the involuntary one of giving an example to be avoided, and showing what an odious thing in the social picture is that figure of the debauched old man who passes through life rather a decorous Silenus, and dies some day in his garret, alone, unrepenting and unnoted, save by his astonished heirs, who find that the dissolute old miser has left money behind him. See, he is up to old Carabas already. I told you he would. Yonder you see the old lady Mary McScrew, and those middle-aged young women her daughters. They are going to cheapen and haggle in Belgium, and up the Rhine, until they meet with a boarding-house, where they can live upon less board wages than her ladyship pays a footman. But she will exact and receive considerable respect from the British snobs located in the watering-place which she selects for her summer residence, being the daughter of the Earl of Hagerstown. That broad-shouldered bog, with the great whiskers and the cleaned white kid-gloves, is Mr. Phelim Clancy of Poldoodiestown. He calls himself Mr. de Clancy. He endeavours to disguise his native brogue with the richest superposition of English, and if you play at billiards or écarté with him, the chances are that you will win the first game, and he the 7 or 8 games ensuing. That overgrown lady with the 4 daughters, and the young dandy from the university, her son, is Mrs. Cousey, the eminent barrister's lady, who would rather die than not be in the fashion. She has a peerage in a carpet-bag, you may be sure, but she is altogether cut out by Mrs. Quad, the attorney's wife, whose carriage, with the apparatus of Rumbles, Dickeys, and Imperials, scarcely yields in splendour to the Marquis of Carabas's own travelling chariot, and his courier has even bigger whiskers and a larger morocco money-bag than the Marquis's own travelling gentleman. Remark her well. She is talking to Mr. Spout, the new member for Jarborough, who is going out to inspect the operations of the Zollverein, and I'll put some very severe questions to Lord Palmerston next session upon England and her relations with the Prussian blue trade, the Naples soap trade, the German tinder trade, etc. Spout will patronize King Leopold at Brussels, will write letters from abroad to the Jarborough Independent, and in his quality of member du Parlement Britannique will expect to be invited to a family dinner with every sovereign whose dominions he honours with a visit during his tour. The next person is—but hark! The bell for shore is ringing, and shaking Snooks's hand cordially, we rush on to the pier, waving him a farewell as a noble black ship cuts keenly through the sunny azure waters, bearing away that cargo of snobs outward bound. End of Chapter 21.
Chapter 22 of the Book of Snobs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of Snobs by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 22. Continental Snobbery Continued. We are accustomed to laugh at the French for their braggadocio propensities and intolerable vanity about la France, la gloire, l'empereur, and the like, and yet I think in my heart that the British snob, for conceit and self-sufficiency and braggartism in his way, is without a parallel. There is always something uneasy in a Frenchman's conceit. He brags with so much fury, shrieking, and gesticulation, yells out so loudly that the Français is at the head of civilization, the centre of thought, etc., that one can't but see the poor fellow has a lurking doubt in his own mind that he is not the wonder he professes to be. About the British snob, on the contrary, there is commonly no noise, no bluster, but the calmness of profound conviction. We are better than all the world. We don't question the opinion at all. It's an axiom. And when a Frenchman bellows out, "La France, monsieur, la France est à la tête du monde civilisé," we laugh good-naturedly at the frantic poor devil. We are the first chop of the world. We know the fact so well in our secret hearts that a claim set up elsewhere is simply ludicrous. My dear brother reader, say, as a man of honour, if you are not of this opinion? Do you think a Frenchman your equal? You don't, you gallant British snob, you know you don't. No more, perhaps, does the snob your humble servant, brother. And I am inclined to think it is this conviction, and the consequent bearing of the Englishman towards the foreigner whom he condescends to visit, this confidence of superiority which holds up the head of the owner of every English hat box from Sicily to St. Petersburg, that makes us so magnificently hated throughout Europe as we are. This, more than all our little victories, and of which many Frenchmen and Spaniards have never heard, this amazing and indomitable insular pride which animates my lord in his travelling carriage as well as John in the rumble. If you read the old chronicles of the French wars, you find precisely the same character of the Englishman, and Henry V's people behaved with just the cool domineering manner of our gallant veterans of France and the Peninsula. Did you never hear Colonel Cutler and Major Slasher talking over the war after dinner? Or Captain Border describing his action with the Indomitable? "Hang the fellows," says Border, "their practice was very good. I was beat off 3 times before I took her." "Cuss those carabineers of Milhaud," says Slasher. What work they made of our light cavalry, implying a sort of surprise that the Frenchmen should stand up against Britons at all, a good-natured wonder that the blind, mad, vainglorious, brave, poor devils should actually have the courage to resist an Englishman. Legions of such Englishmen are patronizing Europe at this moment, being kind to the Pope, or good-natured to the King of Holland, or condescending to inspect the Prussian reviews. When Nicholas came here, who reviews 250,000 pairs of mustaches to his breakfast every morning, we took him off to Windsor and showed him 2 whole regiments of 600 or 800 Britons apiece, with an air as much as to say, "There, my boy, look at that. Those are Englishmen, those are, and your master whenever you please," as the nursery song says. The British snob is long, long past scepticism, and can afford to laugh quite good-humouredly at those conceited Yankees, or besotted little Frenchmen, who set up as models of mankind. They, forsooth! I have been led into these remarks by listening to an old fellow at the Hotel du Nord in Boulogne, and who is evidently of the Slasher sort. He came down and seated himself at the breakfast table, with a surly scowl on his salmon-coloured, bloodshot face, strangling in a tight, cross-barred cravat, his linen and his appointments so perfectly stiff and spotless that everybody at once recognized him as a dear countryman. Only our port wine and other admirable institutions could have produced a figure so insolent, so stupid, so gentlemanlike. After a while our attention was called to him by his roaring out, in a voice of plethoric fury, "Oh!" Everybody turned round at the "Oh!" conceiving the Colonel to be, as his countenance denoted him, in intense pain, but the waiters knew better, and instead of being alarmed, brought the Colonel the kettle. "Oh," it appears, is the French for hot water. The Colonel, though he despises it heartily, thinks he speaks the language remarkably well. Whilst he was inhausting his smoking tea, which went rolling and gurgling down his throat, and hissing over the hot coppers of that respectable veteran, a friend joined him, with a wizened face and very black wig, evidently a colonel, too. The two warriors, waggling their old heads at each other, presently joined breakfast, and fell into conversation, and we had the advantage of hearing about the old war, and some pleasant conjectures as to the next, which they considered imminent. They pshawed the French fleet. They pooh-poohed the French commercial marine. They showed how, in a war, there would be a cordon by blank, of steamers along our coast, and by blank, ready at a minute to land anywhere on the other shore, to give the French as good a thrashing as they got in the last war, by blank. In fact, a rumbling cannonade of oaths was fired by the two veterans during the whole of their conversation. There was a Frenchman in the room, but as he had not been above 10 years in London, of course he did not speak the language and lost the benefit of the conversation. "But oh, my country!" said I to myself, "it's no wonder that you are so beloved. If I were a Frenchman, how I would hate you!" That brutal, ignorant, peevish bully of an Englishman is showing himself in every city of Europe. One of the dullest creatures under heaven, he goes travelling Europe under foot, shouldering his way into galleries and cathedrals, and bustling into palaces with his buck-ram uniform. At church or theatre, gala or picture gallery, his face never varies. 1,000 delightful sights pass before his bloodshot eyes, and don't affect him. Countless brilliant scenes of life and manners are shown him, but never move him. He goes to church, and calls the practices there degrading and superstitious, as if his altar was the only one that was acceptable. He goes to picture galleries, and is more ignorant about art than a French shoeblack. Art, nature pass, and there is no dot of admiration in his stupid eyes. Nothing moves him, except when a very great man comes his way, and then the rigid, proud, self-confident, inflexible British snob can be as humble as a flunkey and as supple as a harlequin. End of chapter 22.
Chapter 23 of the Book of Snobs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Barry Eads. The Book of Snobs by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 23. English Snobs on the Continent. "What is the use of Lord Rome's telescope?" my friend Penwhisky exclaimed the other day. "It only enables you to see a few hundred thousands of miles farther. What were thought to be mere nebula turn out to be the most perceivable starry systems, and beyond these you see other nebula, which a more powerful glass will show to be stars again, and so they go on glittering and winking away into eternity." With which my friend Pan, heaving a great sigh, as if confessing his inability to look infinity in the face, sank back resigned, and swallowed a large bumper of claret. I, who like other great men have but one idea, thought to myself, that as the stars are, so are the Snobs. The more you gaze upon these luminaries, the more you behold, now nebulously congregated, now faintly distinguishable, now brightly defined, until they twinkle off in endless blazes, and fade into the immeasurable darkness. I am but as a child playing on the seashore. Some telescope philosopher will arise one day, some great snobonomer, to find the laws of the great science which we are now merely playing with, and to define and settle and classify that which is at present but vague theory, and loose some elegant assertion. Yes, a single eye can but trace a very few and simple varieties of the enormous universe of Snobs. I sometimes think of appealing to the public, and calling together a congress of savans, such as met at Southampton, each to bring his contributions and read his paper on the great subject. For what can a single poor few do, even with the subject at present in hand? English Snobs on the Continent, though they are 100,000 times less numerous than on their native island, yet even these few are too many. One can only fix a stray one here and there. The individuals are caught, the thousands escape. I have noted down but 3 whom I have met with in my walk this morning through this pleasant marine city of Boulogne. There is the English raft snob, that frequents estaminets and cabarets, who is heard yelling, "We won't go home till morning," and startling the midnight echoes of quiet continental towns with shrieks of English slang. The boozy unshorn wretch is seen hovering round quays as packets arrive, and tippling drains in inn bars where he gets credit. He talks French with slang familiarity. He and his like quite people the debt prisons on the Continent. He plays pool at the billiard houses, and may be seen engaged at cards and dominoes of forenoons. His signature is to be seen on countless bills of exchange. It belonged to an honourable family once, very likely. For the English Raff most probably began by being a gentleman, and has a father over the water who is ashamed to hear his name. He has cheated the old governor repeatedly in better days, and swindled his sisters of their portions, and robbed his younger brothers. Now he is living on his wife's jointure. She is hidden away in some dismal garret, patching shabby finery, and cobbling up old clothes for her children, the most miserable and slatternly of women. Or sometimes the poor woman and her daughters go about timidly, giving lessons in English and music, or do embroidery and work underhand, to purchase the means for the pot au feu, while Raff is swaggering on the quay, or tossing off glasses of cognac at the café. The unfortunate creature has a child still every year, and her constant hypocrisy is to try and make her girls believe that their father is a respectable man, and to huddle him out of the way when the brute comes home drunk. Those poor ruined souls get together and have a society of their own, the which it is very affecting to watch, those tawdry pretences at geniality, these flimsy attempts at gaiety, those woful sallies, that jingling old piano. Oh, it makes the heart sick to see and hear them. As Mrs. Raff, with her company of pale daughters, gives a penny tea to Mrs. Diddler, they talk about bygone times and the fine society they kept, and they sing feeble songs out of tattered old music books, and while engaged in this sort of entertainment, in comes Captain Raff with his greasy hat on one side, and straightway the whole of the dismal room reeks with a mingled odour of smoke and spirits. Has not everybody who has lived abroad met Captain Raff? His name is proclaimed every now and then by Mr. Sheriff's Officer Hemp, and about Boulogne and Paris and Brussels there are so many of his sort that I will lay a wager that I shall be accused of gross personality for showing him up. Many a less irreclaimable villain is transported, many a more honourable man is at present at the treadmill, and although we are the noblest, greatest, most religious, and most moral people in the world, I would still like to know where, except in the United Kingdom, debts are a matter of joke, and making tradesmen suffer a sport that gentlemen own to. It is dishonourable to owe money in France. You never hear people in other parts of Europe brag of their swindling, or see a prison in a large continental town which is not more or less peopled with English rogues. A still more loathsome and dangerous snob than the above transparent and passive scamp is frequent on the continent of Europe, and my young snob friends who are travelling thither should be especially warned against him. Captain Legg is a gentleman, like Raff, though perhaps of a better degree. He has robbed his family too, but of a great deal more, and has boldly dishonoured bills for thousands, where Raff has been boggling over the clumsy conveyance of a 10-pound note. Legg is always at the best inn, with the finest waistcoats and moustaches, or tearing about in the flashest of britskas, while poor Raff is tipsifying himself with spirits, and smoking cheap tobacco. It is amazing to think that Legg, so often shown up, and known everywhere, is flourishing yet. He would sink into utter ruin, but for the constant and ardent love of gentility that distinguishes the English snob. There is many a young fellow of the middle classes who must know Legg to be a rogue and a cheat, and yet from his desire to be in the fashion, and his admiration of tip-top swells, and from his ambition to air himself by the side of a lord's son, will let Legg make an income out of him, content to pay so long as he can enjoy that society. Many a worthy father of a family, when he hears that his son is riding about with Captain Legg, Lord Levant's son, is rather pleased that young hopeful should be in such good company. Legg and his friend Major Macer make professional tours through Europe, and are to be found at the right places at the right time. Last year I heard how my young acquaintance, Mr. Muff, from Oxford, going to see a little life at a carnival ball at Paris, was accosted by an Englishman who did not know a word of the D language, and hearing Muff speak it so admirably, begged him to interpret to a waiter with whom there was a dispute about refreshments. It was quite a comfort, the stranger said, to see an honest English face, and did Muff know where there was a good place for supper. So those two went to supper, and who should come in, of all men in the world, but Major Macer, and so Legg introduced Macer, and so there came on a little intimacy, and 3-card loo, etc., etc. Year after year scores of Muffs in various places in the world are victimized by Legg and Macer. The story is so stale, the trick of seduction so entirely old and clumsy, that it is only a wonder people can be taken in any more. But the temptations of vice and gentility together are too much for young English snobs, and those simple young victims are caught fresh every day. Though it is only to be kicked and cheated by men of fashion, your true British snob will present himself for the honour. I need not allude here to the very common British snob, who makes desperate efforts at becoming intimate with the great continental aristocracy, such as old Rolls, the baker, who has set up his quarters in the Faubourg Saint Germain, and will receive none but Carlists, and no French gentleman under the rank of a marquis. We can all of us laugh at that fellow's pretensions well enough, we who tremble before a great man of our own nation. But as you say, my brave and honest John Bull of a snob, a French marquis of 20 descents is very different from an English peer, and a pack of beggarly German and Italian Fürsten and Principi awaken the scorn of an honest-minded Briton. But our aristocracy, that's a very different matter. They are the real leaders of the world, the real old original and no mistake nobility. Off with your cap, snob, down on your knees, snob, and truckle. End of chapter 23.